export operations. Of course, this will be also the case for India. We're interested in continuation of cooperation in this very sensitive field, and hopefully we'll continue to do that.
And when Prime Minister Modi and Putin sit across the table, they won't just be discussing missiles. They will be renewing a decade-long partnership.
All right, with that, we have to slip into a short commercial break, but our rolling coverage of President Putin's arrival continues. He's, of course, going to have a private dinner meeting with Prime Minister Modi at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and that's our focus.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा,
मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया।
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं, ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके।
अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar,
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा।
ये कहानी है बदलाव की।
आपके रिमार्क्स के लिए अनुरोध करूंगा। धन्यवाद।
Это саммит будут углублять и укреплять особые привилегированные партнерства между нашими странами. Ваше превосходительство, я сейчас завершу и прошу вас за вступительные слова. Спасибо.
ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया।
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके।
अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken.
Министр, наши страны связывает крепкая, проверенная временем дружба, основанная на взаимном уважении.
As you just said, our countries are tied with a solid, time-proven friendship, which is based on mutual respect.
И вот сейчас мы с господином министром вместе ехали в машине, обсуждали разные вопросы и пришли к общему мнению, что она базируется на очень глубоких ценностях, которые свойственны и российскому, и индийскому обществу.
And on our way here, while we were in the car discussing various things, we came to the common ground that we are binded with a very deep traditions which are very typical for the Russian and Indian nations.
В этом году отмечается 80-летие победы в Великой Отечественной войне 1941-1945 годов. И я благодарю индийскую делегацию за участие в торжественных мероприятиях, которые проходили в Москве в мае этого года.
This year we mark 80th anniversary of victory in Great Patriotic War 1941-1945, and I personally thank Indian delegation for the participants in the solemn activities which were organized in Moscow May this year.
Наши двусторонние отношения носят стратегический характер. Партнерство с Индией является залогом равновесия в южноазиатском регионе и глобальной безопасности в целом.
Our bilateral relations have a strategic character, and the partnership with India is a key factor for the balance in South Asian region and the global security in general.
Россия оказывает полноценное содействие Индии в формировании современного облика сухопутных войск, военно-воздушных и военно-морских сил. И, пользуясь случаем, хотел бы поздравить вас, господин министр, командование и всех индийских военных моряков с Днем национальных военно-морских сил.
Russia cooperates in full scale with India in formation of the new outlook of the Army, Air Force and the Navy. And using this opportunity, let me congratulate you, the command and all Indian sailors with National Navy Day.
Господин министр,
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome you watching our special broadcast of President Vladimir Putin's visit to New Delhi. In a short while from now, expecting the Russian president to touch down here in the national capital. What's expected to be a spectacular meeting, which is actually taking place for the first time since the Ukraine war began. How exactly will India play this out
In fact, there have been multiple meetings that are already taking place as we speak. Over the next 2 hours, we're going to take you through every possible detail of the engagement that's going to take place between both the countries as we continue with our joint broadcast with the global giant Sputnik. And of course, this is no longer, Abhishek, going to be limited just to New Delhi as the world essentially watches both the leaders meet. How exactly will the West really respond to this particular meeting? And of course, with reporters in different countries, starting from South Africa to even Lebanon, would be joining us to just quickly give us a sense of how this is being viewed. And of course, international experts weighing in as to what's really expected of the joint collaboration between both the countries, Abhishek.
Well, absolutely. In fact, Shravan, as we speak, the government-to-government dialogue has already begun, which means that even before President Putin lands, his cabinet is already here, from the first Deputy Prime Minister, Manpurov Denis, to the Defense Minister, Belousov, and others. These are pictures coming in live from the North Block, where Denis Manturov has met Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman with respective delegations, Shravan. So what is important is that this is the most high-powered delegation in recent memory that's come in, of course from Russia, but from other countries also.
Well, in fact, we're also getting in some more breaking news now coming in. Prime Minister Modi would be receiving President Putin in a short while from now, and in fact thereafter there would be a dinner that's going to take place at 7 LKM. The Prime Minister would be leaving in a short while from now. We're expecting in less than 30 minutes from now President Putin to arrive here in the national capital, and then both the leaders headed towards 7 LKM. Whether it's going to be in the same car or not, that's another aspect that one will be certainly looking into, because previously when both the leaders actually met, no one really expected, but this really happened, of Prime Minister Modi and Vladimir Putin in the same car, which is used by the Russian president. A lot of speculations were doing the rounds as to why both the leaders were in the same car and they basically headed for the venue. But again, that's a response that came in from the Russian side, saying that it basically indicates the friendship between both the leaders.
Yeah, absolutely, Shravan. And while in China it was President Putin's Urus, whether this time it would be India one, the cars in which Prime Minister travels. But obviously the whole idea is that the two leaders should be able to spend more and more time together. So from the welcome to reaching the 7 LKM to the private dinner tonight. Remember, the reason why it's called private dinner is because there are going to be two other formal occasions when the two leaders are going to be having a meal together, so to say. And one is, of course, the Prime Minister's luncheon post the delegation talks that happen tomorrow. And then, of course, the state banquet hosted by President of India, Draupadi Murmu, at the Rashtrapati Bhavan tomorrow evening, after which, of course, President Putin would be heading back to Moscow. Dmitry Simes Jr. joins us live from Moscow on this. Dmitry, what time did President Putin fly out of Moscow for his New Delhi summit meeting?
We saw indication of plane activity several hours ago. So, you know, the general flying time is 6 hours, so he should be arriving on schedule. That is, you know, sometime in the coming 30-40 minutes.
All right. And what's the entourage looks like of President Putin as he lands in New Delhi, Dmitry?
Well, what we see is that the delegation that he's bringing is, as you pointed out, one of the biggest delegations that we've seen in recent history. And what it is that it's very diverse. On the one hand, you see Russian Defense Minister Andrei Belousov and high-ranking officials from the Russian Defense Ministry. At the same time, you see a lot of people from the economic bloc. You see the Minister of Agriculture. You see the Minister of Public Health. You see the Minister, the Deputy Minister of Digital, Russia's digital industry. I think that this is an indication. And of course, you see a large business delegation is stretching from Russia's largest banks to e-commerce to agriculture, the whole spectrum. And I don't think that this is not about symbolism. This is about the fact that Russia-India business trade ties are accelerating over the past 2 years at a remarkable pace. And everyone that we spoke to in Moscow viewed this as a potential breakthrough meeting. The Kremlin announced that 12 intergovernmental agreements are expected to be signed and 15 commercial agreements are expected to be signed. So there's going to be a lot on this agenda.
Dimitri, I'll request you to stay on with us. Your colleague Dhairya Maheshwari is also joining us on this broadcast. Earlier today, Dhairya, in fact, you attended that press conference by Shipping Minister. And one focus that has basically been made on the transactions that both the countries are going to engage in over the next couple of years, especially keeping in mind that there is a massive trade deficit that we are really looking at. If we can just go across to Dhairya. I'm not too sure if Dhairya is on the broadcast right now. That's the Sputnik Brazil correspondent who's joining us. Andre, if you can hear me right now, that's the first response coming in from how things are really coming up in the other countries. And Global South has been a major focus now for Russia as well as India. Andre, if I can take that question to you, because I believe I can see you on air right now. How exactly has South Africa been really looking at the developing situations, keeping in mind that there is growing pressure coming in from the West? There was a conversation that took place just about 24 hours ago with President Trump. So how does all of this really pan out, keeping in mind that this visit, what India and Russia would be doing, and Russia specifically would be sending across the message that here you have a partner of global significance?
On camera, Andrea was the other one.
I'm not too sure if Andrea can hear me. Andrea, am I audible to you?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Brazil, of course, are closely watching Vladimir Putin's visit in India. And first of all, we have a lot of factors here. Brazil and India and Brazil and Russia have a very, very good relationship. First of all, we have to see the relations in terms of South-South. Here in Brazil, the India's influence and the Russia's influence are rising, and most of this, the BRICS influence are rising here in Brazil. A lot of business and cultural influence too. In Brazil, the trip is seen as a signal of a coordination inside the BRICS. And this week, President Lula talked with President Trump, and it's important to see the terms in terms of tariffs, in terms of pressure. Brazil and India, how can I say, have the same feeling this year because have to survive to a Trump, United States pressure in terms of tariffs. And this visit too, it's a good negotiation about the alternative payment mechanism. It's a strong interest for Brazil.
Abhishek, if you want to just take a question with Dhairya, because this morning when we spoke to Dhairya also, this is with regards to the briefings that have essentially taken place. And the focus that I wanted to put on is that while there may not be too much about bigger deals that are going to be signed, it's more of a follow-up of what we have already signed with Russia. But the focus has also been to ensure that the trade deficit that we are really looking at, exports versus our imports, that remains one major concern. How do you really overcome that? That becomes a key concern, Abhishek.
Yeah, absolutely. So the question is that is the focus entirely going to be on the economic relationship between the two nations and to really upgrade it substantially with some very specific decisions taken during the summit?
Well, the Indian Foreign Ministry has already said that economic component forms a big focus of this visit. And today I also attended a press conference by Sberbank, which is Russia's largest bank. The CEO delivered a press conference. And the focus on the Russian side is clear as well. They want to make the trade long-term, sustainable, resilient. They don't want to depend on a particular commodity, want to diversify as much as possible. And there are some interesting nuggets that we got out of that press conference by Sberbank CEO, Mr. Herman Graf. He said that 80% of the settlements are being settled in less than 10 minutes. Most of the trade is taking place in Russia, ruble and rupees. So that's a big breakthrough. I mean, in 4 years, we have developed mechanisms. Both the countries can trade in national currencies. Another interesting point is that India and Russia dollar is no longer the referencing point. And Mr. Graf said that the focus is on trading in other currencies or making reference point in terms of currencies in which or the countries with which India has a trade surplus. So the focus from Russian side is clear as well. They want this relationship to go a long way forward in terms of economic component, and the focus there is on trading in national currencies, diversifying, and this is what we saw at the India-Russia forum as well, which started today. The discussions have already begun between the business captains of both the countries, and this is what hopefully we are going to see at the forum tomorrow as well.
I want to also quickly focus on the big takeaways from the interview that was given by the first Deputy Prime Minister, Dimitri. And as we speak, the first Deputy Prime Minister is having a meeting with Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. It does appear from the looks of it that Mr. Manturov is now taking care of the relationship with India. Am I correct, Dimitri? Because in the interview, he's basically laid the roadmap. One of inviting Indian companies to operate in India, easing up for Indians to work in Russia. What are the big takeaways from that interview, which we are also going to play out in a short while from now?
So I want to say that you're absolutely correct in saying that Russian First Deputy Prime Minister Denis Manturov is, in a sense, the curator on the Russian side of the India-Russia relationship, because the key governing body, the key commission that is responsible for developing policies to move this partnership forward is the Intergovernmental Commission on Trade, Scientific, Cultural, and Humanitarian Cooperation. And on the Indian side, you have Jaishankar chairing that commission, and on the Russian side, you have Manturov. And when it comes to Manturov, it's important to remember that before he became Russia's first deputy prime minister, earlier this year, he was previously Russia's Minister for Industry and Trade. And in that capacity, he had a lot of dealings with India as well. So this is someone who knows Russia's industrial base on the inside out. And this is someone with extensive experience dealing with India. Turning to the specific interview that we had with him that was published earlier today. That interview provided, I guess you could say, an emphasis on two aspects. First is the joint industrial aspect, because Russia recognizes that India is a rising, not just a rising economic power, but it's a rising industrial power. And Prime Minister Modi's Make in India initiative and the policies accompanying it create a friendly environment, not just for Indian businesses, but also for foreign businesses to come and manufacture various complex goods, items in India. So there are two things that he pointed out in particular. The first is Arctic shipbuilding. Now, I think it probably is no secret to anyone that the Arctic in the coming decades will become one of the most strategic areas in the world as the global ice melts and as global powers get access to all the oil, gas, and other natural resources that have been buried under the ice. Russia is a leader in nuclear breaker technology. These basically massive ships powered by nuclear energy that can smash through ice. On the other hand, India has a rapidly rising shipbuilding industry. And what he said that if we can somehow bring these two capabilities together, Russia and India can help spearhead opening up the Arctic to the international community. The other part is civil aviation. Now, I want to remind your audience members that just in October, Russia and India signed a deal for the localized production of Sukhoi superjets. You know, Russia's major civilian airliner, which has already delivered, a total of 400 million passengers, both in Russia and internationally. And now there's an opportunity to build them in India for Indians. So that's the industrial aspect. The other important aspect is the logistical aspect. Because if we want to boost bilateral trade turnover, we need to make it as cheap and efficient for businesses in both countries to ship their goods. And, Russia and India, unlike Russia and China, don't have natural borders. So there are two main initiatives to help solve that challenge. Number one is the International North-South Transport Corridor that basically stretches from St. Petersburg in the north and goes all the way through Iran, reaching Mumbai in India's on the Indian coast. Next, you have the Vladivostok-Chennai corridor.
Dimitri, I'm sorry to interrupt you because, I'm going to break that up, because what we are essentially trying to do is also some of the experts who have actually spoken to you. Dmitry Suslov happens to be one such person. Before we really get into, the Chennai-Vladivostok route, which is again another transnational route which has been a major focus in the past, and once again we have renewed it. Here you have Dmitry Suslov basically weighing on the strategic implications of President Putin's visit to New Delhi. Listen.
Foremost, India is one of the most important foreign policy partners for Russia. The official definition of Russian-Indian relations is a specially privileged strategic partnership. Not just strategic partnership, but specially privileged strategic partnership, which emphasizes the specialty and importance of Russian-Indian relations. I would say that India is almost at the level of China, perhaps at the second place or at the same level as China. Officially, Russia positions China and India as the partners of equal significance for Russia. They are really the top foreign policy partners for Russia among all. India has recently become one of the major trade partners for Russia. India has usually been one of the major partners in terms of the Russian military sales, in terms of military-industrial cooperation. And Russia not just sells its arms to India, one of the most advanced arms in the world, but we also produce the arms together, and many of the Indian weapons are of Russian origin or joint origin, which have showed themselves and proved themselves very efficient, including in the latest military conflicts between India and Pakistan. Moreover, this is the state visit. The state visit is usually the most prestigious one. It is accompanied by special ceremonies, and it is focused to show the significance of interstate relations. And of course, it is the first visit of Vladimir Putin, of the Russian president, to India since 2021. It is the first visit since the beginning of the special military operation in Ukraine and since the beginning of the hybrid war which the West has been waging against Russia, trying to inflict strategic defeat on Russia. And thus I come to the main thing. The international context makes the state visit of Vladimir Putin to India so important, because this is the context in which the West has been trying to defeat Russia. The West has tried to isolate Russia in the international arena. The West has tried to defeat Russia militarily, to defeat Russia economically, to defeat Russia politically, and so on and so forth. The West has been trying to coerce the major Russian partners to stop cooperating with Russia politically and economically. And in this regard, the visit of the Russian president to India shows very clearly that these attempts are failing. that the West is unable to disrupt cooperation between Russia and its major partners, including India, despite the fact that Indian-Western relations are not hostile and competitive. India remains a crucial partner of the United States, of the European Union, of the West.
In fact, Russian President Vladimir Putin's flight has now entered the Indian airspace. We're expecting the president to arrive here in the national capital. The touchdown expected in the next couple of minutes. Of course, with the Prime Minister going and receiving President Putin ensures that this brings up the relationship a notch higher. Abhishek, what's the logic here that we're really looking at? Is this once again an extension of what we had witnessed in Tianjin, and now, of course, with the Prime Minister essentially giving that personal touch once again to this entire relationship that both the countries enjoy?
Well, you see, yes. I mean, what we saw in Tianjin was just a sliver. You know, it was a multilateral platform, essentially China being the host. The two leaders did squeeze in some time together, including most famously in in President Putin's car or Senate. And they spent about good quality 45-50 minutes inside the car having a one-on-one. Okay, let's go to Rakshita. She's at 7 LKM, and I believe there is some activity there as the Prime Minister left to receive President Putin at the airport. Rakshita, over to you.
We seem to be having some problem with the audio line with Rakshita. We'll try and reconnect with her in a short while from now. If we can just quickly take a look at those images now coming in from 7 LKM. In fact, Abhishek, are you picking up in terms of the delegation that is coming in with President Putin? I'll come to that. Rakshita, just a quick update as to what's really happening at 7 LKM. Are you by when are we to expect both the leaders to reach 7 LKM? Any word on what time is he landing?
Well, the scheduled time as per the itinerary has been 6:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time as far as the landing of Vladimir Putin at the Palam Air Base is concerned. Right now, yes, we did hear some, of course, the movement. There were sirens blaring, which, of course, indicate that the Prime Minister's convoy has left for the Palam Air Base. We understand that he's already left from the residence because of security reasons. We cannot certainly go across the road. But yes, the Prime Minister is making a rare diplomatic gesture, as we had just broken the information early on that he will be going to personally receive Vladimir Putin. Of course, a big, it's a symbolic gesture. It signals, of course, the significance attached to this very, very important meeting. The PM level protocol arrangements have also been made.
Well, in fact, we seem to be having some problem with Rakshita's audio line. The question that I was asking you, a big delegation accompanying President Putin. In fact, you also have the defense minister who arrived a short while back. What are we really expecting from the Indian side, Abhishek?
Well, Shravan, the deliverables are tremendous, but I am given to understand that the focus entirely is on, steadying the ship when it comes to the economic relationship, because, defense is very strong, defense is time-tested, defense is a legacy, and there are systems in place to take care of it. So, for example, if anything, the Russians have to really complete the ask. There is already a S-400 delay. There is already a nuclear submarine delay. And that's something which perhaps the Russians would come with some answers with. Having said that, the balance of trade situation is something which is of concern. And if Russia believes that the numbers should get more ambitious from here and from, say, about $63 billion now, which was just about $13-14 billion just before COVID. And if it has to go to, say, $100 billion, that it cannot be a one-way street in terms of India buying oil. Maybe I can ask this to Dimitri Symes. Dimitri, what are the deliverables insofar as this aspect of the relationship is concerned, the balance of trade situation? Is the Russian delegation coming with some plan to give a list of things that Russia can buy purchase both in goods and services so that this balance of trade situation is taken care of if we have to get ambitious and look at, say, $100 billion of mutual trade?
Absolutely. And what I want to note is that Sputnik India hosted a press briefing by Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov earlier this week. And he was asked about the problem of the trade imbalance. He was asked, does Russia see this as something that needs to be solved? And he said 100%. And Russia is committed to increasing its imports from India. We posed a similar question to Russian First Deputy Prime Minister Denis Montarev, and he also said that Indian businesses are not just welcome in Russia, but Indian businesses can play an important role in filling some of the niches that were previously occupied by Western companies. For example, there are certain raw materials, there are certain chemicals, there are certain agricultural products, certain technical hardware that Russia used to purchase from the West. Needless to say, since the start of the Ukraine conflict, direct trade ties between Russia and the West have become minimal. And Russia is looking for alternative sources to import these goods, geopolitically reliable ones. And I think, Tarya has been attending the India-Russia business forum.
Let's take that to Daria. Daria, just to take over from what Dimitri had to point out with regards to the deliverables here. From the Indian side, what are we really expecting? Because, talking about the trade deficit, it's not something that can be overcome immediately, given the fact that we're also looking at certain restrictions being brought in with regards to Russian oil being taken by Indian companies at this point in time. So somewhere down the line, the Russians would essentially want a way out. They would want the Indian companies, Indian oil companies, to continue buying more oil. Can that happen? Is there an alternative that is being offered right now by Russia?
Well, one of the things that Dmitry already pointed out is that the Russian companies are quite interested in sourcing more of Indian products, be it in pharmaceuticals, be it chemical exports, be it engineering goods, because Western companies have left Russia and there's a vacuum right now in the Russian market, and Russia doesn't want that vacuum to be filled by any single country. So India here is a hedging strategy for Russia. Another interesting thing that's happening this week, Sberbank also launched its first ever, security for the Indian Nifty 50. So that means that Russian capital will be flowing into Indian capital market, which would mean more of Russian investments in Indian stocks, more of Russian investments in government securities, and Russian investments in large-scale infrastructure projects. All of this in the long term, it will help to, address the deficit problem. Obviously, it's not an overnight solution, but it's a start of a process, and which has already started.
I'll just take a quick word also from Krishna Mohan, who is also joining us in the studios right now. He's the defense and security correspondent of Sputnik, closely following all the developments that are taking place from both the sides. And in fact, a short while back, you've had certain Western countries, and there have been vested interests here. Abhishek pointing out the very fact that not much has been spoken about the Su-57, because given the fact that we have seen what has happened in the past, Krishna, I want to quickly ask you what happened this afternoon when you've had a Western news agency pointing out that we are basically going in for a bigger deal this time when it comes to the nuclear submarine, which again was a complete hoax, because the deal was already signed. There is a considerable delay as far as the nuclear submarine deal is concerned.
Actually, time of guessing is over, and now after some time we will get what is going to be signed between India and Russia. But as far as this submarine, fake news is concerned, I think there must be some either misunderstanding or mischief. We all know that India is going to finalize its negotiation on tariffs with USA in a few weeks. And now India and Russia are going to do some sort of deals in defense related issues. It may be some new project. It may be some
Are we expecting any big ticket project here, or is it more of an extension of what was already discussed earlier?
Again, I will say time of guessing is over, and now I think within a few hours it will be on the table and everybody will know. But in my opinion, as 400's last two squadrons which are going to deliver, which in next year, India will pursue them, Russia, that they will be delivered in a very short, without any delay. And there may be some joint project, joint development.
Krishna, I think I'm sorry to interrupt you because these are the live visuals now coming in, expecting that the Prime Minister would be reaching the Palam Technical Airport in a short while from now. We'll try and see if we can also get another quick visual where I can see the convoy of the Prime Minister basically reaching a short while from here. Just the gesture here, you know, before I go across to Rakshita, just a quick point here, Abhishek. The gesture that the Prime Minister has made by actually going and receiving him, and also the messaging that India wants to do. Are we also being a little cautious because the West is going to watch this very, very closely? Are we also being cautious, or pretty much we are out there telling them that we really do not care about what you really see or what you really make out of this relationship? This relationship is only going to perhaps, you know, better itself as time passes by.
No, if anything, it's not about caution. I mean, it's for the world to see. If anything, Prime Minister, I think, is underscoring both the words special and privileged in our relationship with Russia by making this dash to Palam Technical Area and receiving President Putin personally. Remember, this is not against protocol, but this is obviously not exactly protocol. Prime Minister reserved that for very special guests. He did that earlier with Mohammed bin Salman, for example, with the UAE Crown Prince, for example, with President Barack Obama back in 2014, and now doing it with President Putin. Remember also, this is a state visit. Also the fact that President Putin is coming after a gap of 4 years. I think I would go with you, Shravan, that when it comes to these kind of geopolitical events are about optics. Remember, New Delhi has become a hub of world diplomacy with a kind of trenchant diplomatic jaw that happened between the Western diplomats based out of New Delhi and their Russian counterpart. The three ambassadors and high commissioners from Germany, from France and from United Kingdom jointly writing an op-ed, and the Russian ambassador hitting back, responding to them. I think the world is watching and very closely. And in that scenario, for the Prime Minister to be going to Palam Technical Area to receive President Putin, I think he's making a statement that there is nothing to hide. You know, समझने वाले समझ गए, जो ना समझे वो अनाड़ी हैं. I mean that kind of message, obviously, by Prime Minister Modi by going there and receiving President Putin personally.
I just want to flesh this out. What Abhishek was basically pointing out was that it was quite unprecedented and became the biggest talking point here in the national capital when you've had the European ambassadors basically writing a joint op-ed. You've had some Indian newspapers actually also giving platform to certain ambassadors who are known to have taken a very strong position against the Russian president here. In fact, many have ended up calling him a war criminal. In fact, there has been a strong response really coming in from the Russian ambassador, Denis Alipov, who's basically written about the fact that, you know, these are again creations of the West. The reason why Krishna was basically pointing out a short while back that, you know, this is a fake news that was being propagated. It could have been done deliberately, because when we spoke to a few in Moscow and when we were constantly asking what are we to really expect about as far as the S-400 is concerned, they're saying that, you know, you need to play it down for a while because there are vested interests, particularly in the West, who wouldn't want some of the deals to really come through. And that is the reason why there has been a large focus on what are the deliverables at this stage. I want to get a quick word from Andrej, taking off from what's really happening here in terms of the global perspective, and particularly the global south. Andrej, I'm staying with these live visuals coming in from New Delhi, but I want you to perhaps give me a global perspective right now. How exactly? Okay, these are the latest pictures. These are the latest pictures, Abhishek.
Yeah, absolutely. These are pictures of the Prime Minister's carcade, making a dash to Palam Technical Area from 7 LKM. Remember, at this speed and with that distance, takes just about 10-15 minutes or maybe less to reach there. Prime Minister has already reached there. In fact, Shravan, these are pictures from a little earlier, I believe, and Sardar Patel Mark. So this is just about a few kilometers before The airport from this spot, if you read the Sardar Patel Marg, to the airport is just about 7-8 minutes at this speed. So Prime Minister must have already reached. These are pictures from little earlier. And Rakshita earlier flashed that Prime Minister has already... Look at these. We have some pictures, in fact.
Yeah, we
have
trying
some
to source,
pictures, in fact, of Prime Minister's carcade getting inside the Palam airport also. Look at, we have those pictures. Maybe, in fact, we can run those pictures.
We'll try and pull that out because I think that this is...
Sharat can pull those pictures out.
This is just midway. This is just midway. Now we'll try and get you the latest visual. But just a quick recap of what we know so far. So we are expecting the president to arrive in the next couple of minutes, the moment he reaches from there. In terms of where does he go, 7 LKM is where the private dinner is expected to take place. Now, you could perhaps take draw a parallel between the visit that Prime Minister Modi made to Russia. And I want to just bring in perhaps Dhairya, if you can just join me with, perhaps explaining this to our viewers right now. We stay with these latest visuals. These are visuals coming in from Palam Technical Airport, where the Prime Minister has already reached, and in a short while from now, expecting the President's images also to come in there. But drawing a parallel between what we had witnessed when Prime Minister Modi had landed in Moscow, the personal touch that was actually given by President Putin, multiple refreshments that took place, and I remember those conversations that was being broadcast at that point in time. So here is a relationship which has lasted several ups and downs, we have essentially seen, but time and again it has remained thick. And here is yet another perhaps imaging that would be done by both the leaders to the world tonight, that this is a relationship to stay.
Live pictures, Shawan, there of prep there happening of the Guard of Honor that's going to be presented to President Putin. All preparations in place. This is Guard of Honor placing themselves with the rank and file and getting ready for the red carpet. They would be standing at the location where the presidential aircraft will arrive, and then, of course, coming out of the president and being received by the Prime Minister, a joint a tri-services Guard of Honor, rather. This is all right. This is essentially an upgrade, Shawan, of the relationship by optics.
There, as I was asking you, a reciprocation of what the Prime Minister had witnessed when he was in Moscow. And I'm drawing a parallel here because this private dinner that's going to take place today once again reiterates the relationship that both the leaders really enjoy. I'm drawing the parallel between the Prime Minister's visit last time to Moscow, and now you have President's visit here to New Delhi.
Well, truly, the visit of Prime Minister Modi to the Kremlin last year to Moscow, before the official talks, he was hosted at President Putin's dacha on the outskirts of Moscow. They had a very private conversation. The chemistry was visible, and it evoked strong reactions from Western powers. And right now, what we are witnessing is just a reciprocation, as you rightly pointed out, on part of Prime Minister Modi. The same chemistry. And what this shows is that India-Russia relationship, it's a geopolitical constant in an ever-changing world. And it continues to remain so, despite Western pressure, despite Western threats to pull both the countries apart. And Prime Minister Modi has just doubled down on his ties with Russia as well as with President Putin. And Prime Minister Modi's personal ties to President Putin, they go back a long way. Because in 2001, Prime Minister Modi was part of entourage of Atal Bihari Vajpayee, the late Prime Minister, when he went to Moscow, when the strategic relationship between India and Russia was formalized. So it's just Prime Minister Modi carrying forward the legacy of the chemistry between himself and the Russian president. And since 2014, the India-Russia relationship has grown leaps and bounds, and we have seen that happening at a greater pace since 2022, even though the naysayers have said that, in India, as well as in Western capitals, that they have raised doubts on Prime Minister Modi's foreign policy, but Prime Minister Modi has shown that India remains firmly committed to its strategic autonomy, and Russia is a time-tested friend of India, no matter what anyone else says.
Button.
Well, in fact, that's the Prime Minister's first visuals now coming in at the Palam Technical Airport. In a short while from now, President Putin would also be arriving, the ceremonial welcome that's going to take place. And from there onwards, both the leaders, everyone is going to watch whether at all both the leaders are going to be in the same car or two separate cars, because the last time, an enduring image of the last visit or the meeting between both the leaders in Tianjin on the sidelines of the Shanghai Cooperation, the SCO summit at that point in time, where you essentially saw both the leaders spending a considerable amount of time inside Oris, the vehicle basically used by the Russian president. And of course, thereafter, a lot of speculations were doing the rounds, but that has also now been put to rest with President Putin essentially indicating that this is about the friendship that he really enjoys. Now, for Russia, undoubtedly, it's also the messaging that they would be doing to the global world tonight by saying that here you have President Putin spending a night in New Delhi, saying that here you have an ally of global significance. Because if you really compare in terms of the support that Russia has essentially enjoyed post the Ukraine war, essentially it's coming in from China as well as from India. And of course, you've had other countries, Iran and Korea too. But having said that, for Russian president, despite the kind of sanctions have been imposed by the Western world, you've essentially had Russia indicating that this is a farce and which is no longer going to last. Some of the most crucial statements that have been made by the Russian president just ahead of the visit to the national capital was particularly a warning being sent out to Europe, saying that if at all they are willing, if they are ready for a war, so is Russia. And in fact, that was a messaging done to Europe, particularly egging Ukraine to be in this particular war. This comes also in the backdrop of the peace talks that are basically going on, and whether at all this plan, which is essentially being drafted by the United States of America, will that really have a lasting image? Now, these are some aspects that both the leaders likely to really talk about. Abhishek, I want to just quickly ask you, I want to get in a quick word from Andre too. Andre is the correspondent from Brazil of Sputnik. Andre, what has been the chatter about this meeting, particularly in Brazil? Because you've had President Lula making it very clear that Russian support becomes extremely crucial, especially in these changing global order times.
Okay, first of all, we have to look at the changing in terms of the political in the world. When you see Brazil and Russia, I think the last month of October marked a new momentum in Brazil and in the relationship. It was about country launched a negotiation to expand the Mercosur-India trade agreement. This is very, very important. In terms of Russia, we have a good relationship in terms of defense, of course, but most important than this, it's changing the chessboard, let me say, in terms of influence, the BRICS influence. And this meeting tonight, this visit, this Vladimir Putin visit, is very important, not only for President Lula, but most in terms of, we have to see Brazil is actually at the exercise of the President BRICS. And the next country will be India. And it's very, very important. And
right, Andre.
Cooperation.
Right, Andre. Shravan, coming back to the pictures and staying with them, because a Prime Minister is already there and President Putin's plane has landed. Now, the point to be made is that what's wrong if the Prime Minister has gone to the airport and is receiving President Putin and is traveling in the same car with him to 7LKM? Because just a couple of months back, we had the Russian president traveling to American territory, the American president receiving him at the tarmac, both getting a guard of honor, President Putin getting a guard of honor by American soldiers, Marines, etc., traveling in the same car, to the summit venue or the talks venue. So what's wrong if Indian Prime Minister does that with Russia? I mean, why should anyone have a problem with that? And that's how diplomacy really pans out. Because remember, this side of Suez, if there is one leader in the world who has spoken to both President Putin and President Zelensky, it's Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India. And if he, by extending this courtesy, making it a very special and privileged welcome to President Putin, makes it even more easier for the two leaders to build on the chemistry that already exists between them. We have seen some pictures of going back to 2001 when Prime Minister was Chief Minister of Gujarat and travelled as part of then Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee's entourage and delegation, and as Chief Minister signed an accord when President Putin was sitting down. And that also is a commentary on the longevity of President Putin, that from 1999 to 2025, he's the one who has been there. I mean, he's seen so many kings and queens and presidents and prime ministers.
First visit then when he was just been sworn in as the president.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he was already president. Yeah, he was already president, not just acting president. 1999, he first became prime minister, then acting president. Once Yeltsin decided that he's done with his term. And then, of course, subsequently, he has had 2 terms as prime minister, but effectively president. What is important is that, as I was mentioning earlier, the world is watching, very cleanly so, very closely so, and for the West, and remember, you were mentioning about President Putin's comments that if Europe so wants, Russia is ready for war. Now, you see, the problem is that while Trump, the American president, really wants ceasefire, really wants peace to prevail in Ukraine, the European leaders are not really willing for that. You look at the statement that came from NATO chief Mark Rutte yesterday, saying that Europe is willing to buy or ready to buy or actually buying 1 billion euros worth of American war machine every month to help Ukraine. Now, those are provocative comments. Obviously, you cannot expect Putin not to respond. Putin has responded saying, if Europe wants a war, so be it. Now, in that scenario, for the whole theater of diplomacy to be shifting to New Delhi, where Prime Minister Modi is engaging with Putin over the next 24 hours in at least 4 or 5 meetings, at least 2 of which are exclusively one-on-one. One is, of course, the one that's going to, maybe 3 one-on-one. One, if the two leaders travel together in the car from Palam to LKM, then the private dinner at LKM, then there is another round of meeting post-dinner that might go on for long. I remember I remember, for example, people telling me, and very close people telling me, that back in 2014 or 15, when Prime Minister had traveled to Russia for the first time as Prime Minister, the two leaders had a post-dinner 3.5-hour meeting, which went past midnight.
He had a similar sort of meeting even in Tianjin when it continued for much longer than what it was scheduled. If
yeah, 45 minutes in the car and then the delegation talks. But one-on-one 3.5-hour long meeting back in 2015. So there is the time spent, quality time spent together, understanding each other, understanding the issues, building the relationship, having an exchange on geopolitics, and, of course, sharing from each other's experience. And, if something can be done about Ukraine war, and if India can play a role in it, these are the moments which count. This special reception, this one-on-one meeting, and that's what everyone would be looking forward to. Now, Europe will do what it has to do. NATO will do what it has to do. President Trump, to be fair to him, is tremendously interested, very sincerely interested in seeing to it that the war ends. Forget about the angularities and eccentricities of the American president. Insofar as the Ukraine war is concerned, the Europe war is concerned, he really wants it to end. The proof of which is that not just his personal envoy, Steve Witkoff, his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, was there in Moscow, spending 5 hours with President Putin just 2 days back. On that very famous white round table, thrashing out the details of the 28-point peace deal that President Trump and the Trump administration has been pushing. So I think these pictures are for the world to see. This is not about India cocking a snook. This is not about India telling the West to hell with it. This is about India claiming its own position in the Committee of Nations as a responsible global power and projecting a picture of confidence, projecting a picture of a strategic autonomy, projecting a picture of multi-alignment, and all those things really coming together to give the confidence that is getting reflected in this very special gesture by the Prime Minister, where he has gone and is welcoming President Putin, bringing him to 7 LKM. Remember, if a deal has to happen, it will happen. If India can play a role, why not? Just because the West thinks, oh, it's their monopoly, that they should be deciding everything. No, the times have changed. Sometimes you wonder if economies like UK or France or Germany are punching above their weight because they are now behind us.
Right.
So those aspects are very important. And I think it's a global geopolitical event. It's not just about India and Russia.
Well, in fact, I'm going to stay with these latest images that are coming in. A quick recap before we quickly go across to our guests from Sputnik, adding value to this entire coverage of ours here. You have Prime Minister Modi, who's landed a short while back at Palam Technical Airport. At a short while from now, President Putin would be arriving there. You have the ceremonial welcome that's going to take place, and thereafter both the leaders basically leave for 7 LKM, where there is going to be a private meeting. And as Abhishek has been pointing out, one cannot rule out the possibility of the meeting extending to about late night, given the fact that this has happened in the past. The last, of course, being in Tianjin on the sidelines of the SCO, when both the leaders had spent a considerable amount of time, and where we were given to understand that the issue of Ukraine was once again raised. Let me quickly bring in my colleague Dimitri from Sputnik's. Dimitri, these images of the Prime Minister at the Palam Technical Airport, because for the longest time we weren't essentially told that the Prime Minister would be going there and receiving President Putin. This was brushed under the carpet whenever these questions were essentially asked. So it seems all in secrecy that this is now being done. Now it's out in the open for everyone to witness the two leaders coming together.
Well, I think that this gesture is obviously being appreciated on the Russian side. On a separate note, I'd like to share with your audience that Prime Minister Modi's popularity in Russia has skyrocketed in recent months. Now, why is that? Because not just Russian officials, not just Russian experts, but ordinary Russians were very closely following the Trump administration's tariffs on India over its purchase of Russian oil. And to be honest, quite a lot of Russians were concerned because they knew that India had good economic relations with the West and that India may not want to sacrifice these, benefits for the sake of its relationship with Russia. But what they saw in Prime Minister Modi's refusal to bow under pressure is that India has arrived. That India is a country that will not be messed around with, that India is a country that sticks to its friends, and that India is a country that is not just powerful, it's also courageous. Because it takes courage to look the world's leading superpower in the eye and say, no, we will not sacrifice our sovereignty for convenience. And so I think that's another reason why President Putin has such a good personal chemistry with Prime Minister Modi. Because obviously they are people of very different backgrounds. They are people from very different cultures. But what unites them is a common sense of civilizational mission. When Putin looks at Modi, he sees someone whose goal is not just to make India a top global economy, not just to modernize its military, but to restore India's great civilizational standard, Vishwa Guru. And in a certain sense, Putin has been on a similar mission his entire presidency. His goal is not just to make Russia a major economy, but to restore the great Russian civilization that was lost as a result of the collapse of the Soviet Union and the various chaos in the 20th century.
Abhishek, there's no doubt about the fact that the relationship that we're really talking about between both the leaders, given the fact that this draws back to the time when Prime Minister Modi was the chief minister in the state of Gujarat. And there, of course, over the years, the multiple meetings that have essentially taken place. Not to forget, Prime Minister being one of the only world leader to essentially being able to have spoken to both President Zelensky as well as President Putin, and also on the global stage, essentially indicating that this is not the era of war. Something, if I'm not wrong, was said during the SCO summit?
Yeah, multiple times, Shawan, and from Kazan to Ufa, to Tianjin. Prime Minister has repeated this often, and as I mentioned, this side of Suez, he's the only one, perhaps on that side, apart from Trump, just Viktor Orban, who has met both the leaders, Zelensky and Putin.
Yeah, but not a very great relationship that Viktor Orban has with President Zelensky. Here, at least, you had a different equation here. What's even surprising here, Dhairya, if I can also quickly bring you in, while we stay full frame with these visuals, we are expecting the president to arrive in the next couple of minutes. And of course, the focus, because within the business community, this time the focus has largely been on the economics of this relationship itself. And the fact that, we've been able to come a long way. And there are multiple hurdles that we're really looking at, particularly as to who exactly buys the oil, because that's going to be one major factor. The ruble-rupee factor being the other concern that's going to be also brought in. What more are you picking up in terms of what possibly could be the next major headline that we are expecting in the next 24 hours, Dhairya?
Well, defense seems to be a big ticket in terms of relationship. It really needs to be seen if there's going to be an offer for Sukhoi 57 fifth-generation fighter jets, given India's own quest to acquire, the fifth-generation jets, given the volatile security environment we are in. So defense, S-400s, if India orders more batteries of S-400, that would be a big thing because we saw them perform excellently. And Pakistan would just shudder at the thought of India buying more S-400s. Missile system that could, covers the entire range of Pakistan, that has the potential capability to shooting down F-16 in Pakistan's airspace. At the same time, we are looking at, the Red Loss Agreement, which will be formalized, gives India access to the Arctic bases. It's good for India's Arctic policy. At the same time, it brings Russia into the Indian Ocean region. Russia, for your viewers, Russia is the only permanent P5 country that is not has a significant presence in the Indian Ocean region. So from another thing is what the messaging being sent on the energy front. If Prime Minister Modi and the Indian government, if they send a signal that no matter how much anyone pressures us, Russian oil is here to stay, though we are getting signals that Indian refiners have brought down their purchases of Russian oil. But at the same time, I would like to point out that...
Okay, we'll try and fix that line. Dhairya, we seem to be having some trouble with your audio line.
Kepler, they have said that...
Okay, Dhairya, sorry to interrupt you. That's the first visual of President Putin touching down here in the national capital in a short while from now. You would have both the leaders meeting. These are the first visuals of President Putin's aircraft landing here in the national capital. This comes after first time since the Ukraine war actually began. The last visit that he's had here in India, Abhishek, if I'm not wrong, that was quite short at the Hyderabad house, a single-day visit. Now, there is what adds value to this entire visit is the fact that there was a long deliberation of whether at all Russian President Vladimir Putin is going to spend the night here in the national capital. Now, this has been worked out from the Indian side, and both side delegations have worked this out. And interestingly, if you look at the composition of the delegation that is actually accompanying the Russian president, that in itself would give you an idea of the intentions that the Russians have had with this particular trip here, starting from the first Deputy Prime Minister, who's landed a short while back, who's essentially set the tone by simply indicating that what is really expected as far as the deliverables over the next 24 hours. The meeting that has also taken place with Union Minister Piyush Goyal, as well as Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, those meetings that lasted here. Krishna, if I can just quickly bring you in, because this evening also Raksha Mantri had the meeting with his counterpart. What's the sense that you're essentially getting? Because one frustration that was basically building within the Indian military setup was the fact that the deadlines were obviously not met with. The S-400 batteries, they are yet to come in. There are regiments which are yet to be raised in. Now, of course, with the Su-57, there has been a lot of dilly-dallying. What is the sense that you're really getting in from the armed forces from South Bloc?
Actually, India is not only pursuing for remaining 2 squadrons of S-400. India has also placed order for, in fact, a big order for replenishment of its arsenal, which were spent during Operation Sindhu.
Right.
So it was EP6 emergency procurement /6 time it was emergency procurement. So there was lots of missiles and ammunitions, anti-tank guided missiles, missile rounds for tanks, and everything was there. So India will obviously pursue for speedy supply of these items, which were procured on emergency procurement. And of course, S-400 will be discussed because 2 remaining squadrons are awaited, and
Right.
I think by the end of next year, remaining 2 squadrons will be supplied.
So you're expecting the remaining 2 to be supplied by next year, and perhaps as far as fresh orders are concerned, that seems to be in the pipeline, not really finalized as yet. So we're expecting that major news to also come in by tomorrow in terms of what would have been the defense pact. It seems there are more to do with certain strategic agreements that are likely to be signed by both the leaders when the meeting actually begins tomorrow. I'm going to also put out the details of the itinerary of President Putin when he lands here, and thereafter the meeting that he's essentially going to have with the Prime Minister later this evening, and of course thereafter the meeting that takes place with President Draupadi Murmu tomorrow, and also with the business leaders who are essentially present here. Dimitri, if I can quickly bring you in, I wanted to ask you with the composition of the delegation itself, and what is the message that the Kremlin is basically sending across by sending a delegation which seems to be quite large in number, and of course essentially sending the message of doing business with India despite the kind of sanctions that have been imposed, and how India is now being forced. India for the longest time has been forced by the Western world to stay away from Russia, to basically perhaps distance itself in terms of the military relationship that both the countries really enjoy. I'm staying with these live visuals, but Dimitri, over to you.
I think the overarching message is that Russia is going big on Bharat. And it's not just doubling down on existing areas of cooperation such as arms sales, energy sales. The goal is to get Indian companies to sell their products to Russia, for Indian companies to discover the opportunities of the Russian market. And I think it's important to point out that we already have some success stories that we can point to. The most notable one being the pharmaceutical industry. Because following the imposition of Western sanctions, a lot of Western international brands left the Russian market. And ordinary Russians were very concerned because they expected a spike in medicine prices. But thankfully, what we saw was a lot of Indian companies come in, fill the niche, and what's even more better, offer higher quality products at lower prices. So medicine prices have actually gone down in Russia because instead of buying overpriced German medicines or buying overpriced Latvian medicines, we're buying medicines made in India. And what we see is that Indian companies are even establishing pharmaceutical factories in Russia. So again, I think that if I had to say succinctly is that Modi is rolling out the red carpet for President Putin, but President Putin wants to roll out the red carpet for Indian businesses and let them know that the Russian market is eagerly awaiting them.
Well, the first images that Dimitri we're expecting in a short while from now, where you have the flying Kremlin, which is here at the Technical Airport. The staircase now being put for the President, who's expected to come out in a short while from now, and thereafter, of course, that first image is always something that one wants to, closely watch. The last that you saw was when President Putin was meeting President Trump. That was the global headline. Now, this undoubtedly is going to be yet another global headline with both the leaders coming together, because especially this comes in the backdrop of the peace talks that are basically going on. And of course, Washington trying to broker this entire deal with Russia and Ukraine. Now, are we to expect, Abhishek, perhaps some talk to happen with regards to the peace deal that is President Trump is trying to broker? Do you believe that Washington may have done some sort of a backroom channeling or backroom talk with India, because they would have felt that Prime Minister Modi is well poised to send across a message to President Putin with regards to the peace talks?
Yeah, 100%. We'll discuss that, Shravan. And Krishna, can you help us understand or maybe Dimitri can help us understand. Dimitri, if you're looking at the frame, the aircraft, the Russian president's aircraft flying Kremlin, as Shravan said, has written, there's something like US 96 written on it. What is that?
IL 96.
Oh,
that
is
illusion.
Illusion 96.
Illusion.
Okay, that's illusion. Okay, fair enough. But it's in Russian, right? So it's not IL. It seems like US.
It's IL.
Okay.
Illusion.
In Russian.
In Russian.
Exactly. So, Russian president's plane has got parked, stationed, and we are waiting for the gates to open. How much time you think, Shravan, President Putin should be coming out?
We are expecting that to happen in the next couple of. I believe it's all about that vestibule to actually go and to put together, and then it's expected that the president is going to be out. Now, there is always a mystery that is surrounding, Krishna, when it comes to anything to do with the Russians, especially the images that we have seen doing the rounds here. And of course, I'm not too sure whether at all we've had any of our fighter jets accompanying the Russian plane when it entered the Indian airspace. We do not have that information, because I remember when President Putin had gone to America at that point in time, the kind of, the reception that was actually given to President Putin, while of course
fly past
that we saw. Yeah. We are not sure, Krishna, that's going to happen here in India.
If anything of that sort is going to happen, then we must wait for the visuals, or in advance they must have told us
whether there's going to be any competition with the Americans.
But Dimitri, just like the legend around Air Force One and the Beast, what's the legend around flying Kremlin and the Oros?
Ilyushin 96 is historically been used as a military cargo plane because it's a very large plane.
Oh, that's a VVIP cargo it's carrying.
Yeah, I mean, usually when you see one of these bad boys, they're transporting Russian paratroopers, tanks, armored vehicles to the front line. But, this is a reliable plane that can also be refitted as a civilian plane. And to my understanding, there is some, discussions about trying to make it more widespread. But I mean, yeah, this is President Putin's go-to for international travel. And when it comes to Auris and, again, the flying Kremlin, is that President Putin wants to lead by example. He wants for people to buy made in Russia, and accordingly, he wants to fly with Russian planes, drive Russian cars, to show that, there's an expectation.
Dimitri, all set right now. It seems the aircraft door is open.
Yeah.
We're expecting President Putin to come out any time now. And again, a lot is read into the way President Putin actually walks down, if I may say so, the ramp here.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the body language of the leader, as they say.
Yeah.
And of course, there are a lot of stories here, Dimitri, of course, on social media when it comes to President Putin's international travels. What's the reality? No one really knows about it. But having said that, a lot is essentially spoken about.
And there's a certain swagger with which he walks, There is a certain the kick in his walk. He's a judoka. I mean, I think the first Russian leader to be having 8th grade, or what is called 8th Den black belt, and that gets reflected in the way he carries himself. Or there's this macho image of, getting pictures topless and, doing those judoka acts and riding horses, being there up in the Siberian whitelands.
You could ask that question to Dimitri. Dimitri, is there a story of President Putin that we do not know and perhaps this is the right time for you to share as President Putin comes out anytime now?
You know, fascinating story from when he was deputy mayor in St. Petersburg. So there's a group of American business people who try and set up a Subway franchise. And they try to make a deal with the mafia, which, you know, because again, during the 1990s, there was a lot of chaos in Russia, powerful organized crime. And they basically found themselves in trouble.
Yeah,
these American business people had to flee to the American consulate, and they were basically besieged by the mafia. So the American consul general at that time calls Putin and says, I need help. And Putin, you know, quickly asks to send over copies of their contracts, and he basically arranges for them to have a safe escort to the St. Petersburg airport so that they could, you know, leave unharmed and that the mafia wouldn't get to them. And I think that, you know, again, this kind of busts the myth that Putin has always been this reflexively anti-Western leader. When you look at his reputation as deputy mayor in the 1990s, he was very well loved and respected by the American business community, by the European business community, because he made a sincere effort to help them protect their rights in Russia and to have successful businesses in Russia. Putin only began to harden his position towards the West once he began to see that his desire in improved relations was not reciprocated.
Right. Dimitri, I'll just stay with these latest images now coming. Now, that's a fascinating story because it seems, at least over the last few years, there is largely been one sort of description that has been attached to President Putin is about that one Russia image, or bringing back the Russian dream is been the single focus of the president, and largely that is the reason why he's also been seen as anti-West. But if that was the case, you know, that image of President Putin landing in Alaska and you know, having that meeting with President Trump basically demystifies his position as far as the West is concerned. And he's sent out that message very clearly that, look here, this is essentially to do with the expansionist policies of the NATO, while Russia has been largely criticized of the expansionist mindset. But having said that, the West, on the other hand, has never been very clear about the position of how far can you really, you know, push the NATO blanket.
No, they are very clear. I think they're itching for a war. I mean, I would say Dmitry was mentioning about the fact that Putin was seen as pro-West when he was deputy mayor of St. Petersburg. But I would say as late as 9/11, Shravan, people forget history. When 9/11 happened, Russia provided its airspace to American fighter jets to come into Afghanistan. And as late as 2006, President Putin said, please make me part of NATO. Let Russia be part of NATO. What's the problem? We can sit across the table and decide what's our national security concern and what's your national security concern. I have no problem. Russia can be part of NATO also. Why do you need NATO after the end of the Cold War, after the fall of the Berlin Wall? So I think in that sense, ultimately everything comes down to this visceral hate that that not the entire West per se, but Europe has, the transatlantic alliance has. President Trump is trying to break from that cage, but remember again, he also at some level becomes a prisoner of the larger military-industrial complex.
Is it unusual that it takes this long?
I think it takes this much time because it's been a 6-hour-long flight, and the security paraphernalia really takes its place, and then only the VVIP comes out. I think it should be any time now that this is happening. And President Putin, and remember, Shravan, again, the world is watching. And it's not just about India, Russia. It's about every European capital closely watching every move, every word that's going to be said and discussed and is going to come out of the summit that's really panning out in front of our eyes. President Putin is all set to touch down on Indian soil. His plane has landed, but we are yet to have him out, and everyone watching there. And Niranjan was telling me, you're talking about President Putin in some pictures being topless. I mean, I think Bharat played those pictures immediately after I said this.
That's the defining image of President Putin. If
yeah, absolutely. So, and he loves, I think he loves this macho projection, because every year, for example, there is a calendar that comes out in Moscow, in Russia, which has 12 pictures of President Putin for every month, with one quotable quote from him. And many other things. So I think in that sense, he's...
seen the topless pictures also there?
I don't know. I've not seen the calendars. I've only heard about it. Okay, Prime Minister there. Prime Minister there.
The Prime Minister
positioning.
is just moving towards the staircase. There we're expecting President Putin to come out. And of course, this is no longer going to be just watched in Russia and India. The two leaders coming together is something that the world is essentially watching very closely. And the question that I asked you, Abhishek, was about, are you expecting, there you have it.
All right, President Putin there, coming down, Prime Minister receiving him, standing face to face, the two leaders yet to make eye contact because President Putin is focusing on the stairs. Remember, the world is watching, he cannot miss a step. And now, touchdown on the soil, eye contact, yes. That's where.
Expecting the hug?
The walk, 100%, 200%. See, it happens here. Because that's trademark. That's Narendra Modi. That's Prime Minister Modi. He's not going to miss out on that.
So
that's part of Hugplomacy. It's called Hugplomacy. Modi, it's part of the Modi diplomacy, you know. And so this is, with a lot of warmth, they meet and they walk, and then there is a ceremonial guard of honor, tri-services guard of honor, meeting of the delegations. The Indian side first. Kirti Vardhan Singh, the Minister of State for External Affairs. And then the Russian side, the Ambassador Denis Alepov there.
Abhishek, were you expecting, in terms of, if you draw a parallel of the last visit that President Putin has made outside Russia, was of course in America. Now this would be his second international trip that he has actually made here. There you have the welcoming of
the cultural
program that's essentially taking place, and thereafter everyone would be waiting with bated breath right now whether at all the two leaders really go inside the same vehicle. Well, the reason why everyone would be watching that very closely is because essentially, when the last time when both the leaders spent roughly about 45 minutes inside one car, it so happened that it was outside the venue of the delegation level talks that were supposed to take place. So
are they going to travel together is the question which should be solved in the next 30 seconds. Okay, we can't do the wrong. Okay, now, they are in fact traveling together. Fair enough, they are traveling together, and
it does
they are traveling together.
It does seem that's not the usual vehicle that is used by the Prime Minister.
Yeah, but
if I'm not wrong, it's usually the black Range Rover that is used by the Prime Minister. It's a different vehicle altogether. Yeah. So it's quite purposeful. You have both the flags there adorning the vehicle. There you have the Russian.
It's part of the plan.
Yeah. What I was essentially pointing out, well, it seems it's quite surprising because the vehicle that is generally used by the Prime Minister is a black Range Rover, if I'm not wrong. Abhishek, correct me. And this happens to be a different vehicle altogether. Now, one would ask, why are we so, engrossed about what about the vehicle?
You can't have a German car for the Russian president. Come on, Shaman. So that's why it's a Jap car. That's okay. Japs are okay. So not
acceptable.
Yeah, acceptable. I mean, not after the op-ed that the German ambassador wrote, I mean, you cannot have a German car, obviously.
Dimitri, there you have it. You have both the leaders going inside the vehicles, the same car. It seems that some photographs are now being taken of both the leaders smiling. You have Russian president all brimming right now. And we haven't got a glimpse of our Prime Minister right now, the message that has been done there. Dimitri, if you can see that, you have yet again both the leaders in the same car. It seems that this is the new trend that's basically emerging with President Putin. actually being in the same vehicle, spending a considerable amount of time. It seems that roughly about another 20 minutes, or a little over 20 minutes, is both the leaders would be getting together. And this would be at a time when you wouldn't have any other officials really accompanying, apart from the SPG that would be
in fact, both the Russian what is it called, FRC, is it called the Presidential Protection Group there, FRC, and at the SPG together protecting the car.
Dimitri, can you see the images coming in?
So what sort of jumps out to me, because as I believe Abhishek pointed out, that Modi has, it's become traditional for him to hug foreign leaders. But for Putin, that's definitely not the case. So the fact, not just that they're riding in the same car, but they're willingly embracing each other like brothers. That is very significant, and it means I think that I see with Modi a very rare personal connection that Putin doesn't enjoy with a lot of leaders. And of course, I think it's bigger than personal relationships. It's the relationships of people. Putin is someone whose formative years were spent in the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union loved India. Bollywood was the most popular international films. Putin frequently reminds journalists about how popular Bollywood is in Russia and was in Russia. So I think that this is, a very organic display of trust and connection.
Dimitri, and what's the service, the Presidential Protection Service called? The security service that protects the Russian president?
It's called in Russian FSO, Federальная служба охраны, basically the Federal Service of Security. So in English, it would be, I think, FSS.
FSS, right. So FSS, I could see FSS and the SPG commandos coordinate and take care of the two VIPs together. So a lot of coordination would have gone into this. A lot of prep would have gone into this. The advanced security liaison, as it happens, I can see both the commandos in the close protection of or the proximate protection, as it is called, of the security agencies coordinating with each other. Then, of course, the two leaders walk together, a cultural welcome there, and then into the same car, a white car, and all right.
Okay, we are expecting, no, that's not going to happen that quickly. We are expecting, it's going to at least
outside
20 minutes. These are images now coming in from outside the Palam Technical Airport, where both the leaders have left. And just to quickly recap for all our viewers who are tuning in right now, what was essentially expected has happened. Both the leaders are in the same car, but it's quite unusual what we have essentially witnessed right now. We don't know the backstory here. We'll try and get the backstory in a short while from now. It's a departure from the vehicle that is generally used by the Prime Minister. It seems another vehicle has been used for President Putin, and it seems that it was largely well choreographed with both the delegations may have taken that up till the last minute. It didn't certainly look like as a surprise decision that was taken by President Putin. It was largely, it seems, a well choreographed thing with both the leaders getting inside the vehicle, the white Toyota that has been used by Prime Minister Modi and President Vladimir Putin. And in fact, in a short while from now, perhaps in the next 20 minutes, you're expecting both the world leaders reaching the Prime Minister's residence, where we are being told that there's going to be a private dinner that's going to take place. Is there any scheduled time for it? Like, for how long are they going to be together?
Well, no, Shravan. In fact, it can go on for a couple of hours. And in fact, this is one meeting where the two leaders can have the opportunity to really open up and talk about everything under the sun, literally. And that's exactly how it happens. Because this is the time when the delegations are not there. This is the time when the pressure of signing a joint statement is not there. This is the time when the focus is not on agreements, etc., on deliverables. So this is the time off camera. This is the time when they can really just loosen up and be friends and statesmen together. So I think it can be anything between 1.5 hours to, as I was mentioning to you, the first time they met, they spent about 3.5 hours together, well past midnight. You can expect, depending on how much they have to talk and exchange. Remember also that in the midst of a multilateral platform like SCO, the two leaders spent 50 minutes inside the car. I mean, it was not even a proper setting, just in the car, because obviously they would not want eavesdropping of any kind. There was no other reason except for that. They did not want the Chinese to listen to what the Modi and Putin are talking about. Similarly, in this case, now they are at a good place, a good setting. They can talk for longer.
There is a statement that has been issued by the Kremlin. Dimitri, do you have any information about any statement that has now been issued about coming in from the Kremlin? And meanwhile, I can also take a question with Dhairya. If you can just pull that information out for us, that would be quite helpful. If I'm given to understand there's some statement that has been issued by the Russian side. Dimitri.
I think I'll defer to Dhairya while I pull it up.
Dhairya, if you can just come in. You know, for everyone who's tuning in right now, we've been focusing about what would be the key areas that would be discussed by both sides. So tomorrow when the meetings are going to take place, break it down for us in terms of what are we really expecting through the day, in terms of the number of meetings that are going to take place, and as I pointed out, what could be the big takeaways from the meetings? Dhairya, if you can hear me.
I got it.
I mean, we break it down into the bilateral component as well as the geopolitical component. In terms of bilaterals, we are expecting, as already pointed out by the Kremlin in a statement, intergovernmental pacts. Then there's economic pacts. Covering the sectors, the focus is really on how to make the trade more resilient by boosting India's exports to Russia when it comes to achieving the $100 billion trade target by 2030. So that's going to be one of the big focus of the meetings for sure. Then we have the defense part, as already pointed out by my colleague Krishna Mohan, S-400, getting the remaining 2 batteries of S-400 by next year. And then if there's going to be more orders being placed by India because of the volatile geopolitical regional security environment that India faces with Pakistan on one side, China on the other side. So defense is going to be a big component of the bilateral relationship. When civil nuclear reactors, and if the offer for small modular reactors is made, this is going to be another key
audio issue there.
Recall that Russia is the only foreign country operating India on civil nuclear in India under the Make in India program. Then in terms of, if both the countries decide to go for joint shipbuilding projects under the Make in India program, and there's Arctic policy as well, if India makes inroads, if Russia helps India to make inroads into the Arctic region, then we have the Relos Pact, which is Russia being the 8th country and possibly the only non-Western power with which India has signed a reciprocal mutual logistics pact. Perhaps leaving aside Vietnam. So, and when it comes to the geopolitical aspects, I think Ukraine conflict, as pointed out by Abhishek, is definitely on the agenda.
There, we seem to be having some problem with your audio line. We'll try and just quickly fix that. But the statement, Krishna, that has been put out by the Kremlin talks about something that the president has been, he's been very vocal about, that giving technology to India, some technology which has not been given to other countries, which vis-a-vis we've always interpreted as China. The very fact that weaponry systems that have been given to us, technology access that has been given to us has not been given to others, is the reason why India has heavily relied upon as far as defense imports are concerned, and something that the Russians have time and again spoken about.
Look, transfer of technology between India and Russia is happening since the last 6 decades. In early 1960s, when MiG-21 was the most formidable fighter jet, it was first supersonic of Indian Air Force. But just after inducting MiG-21 in Soviet Air Force, they offered full technology transfer to India. They even established a Nasik plant for Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. There was a Russian complex, Russian engineers and technicians were there. You can still see signboards of in Russian languages. This is of office and kitchen and dining hall. And from 63, More than 800 MiG-21s were produced in Nashik plant of Hindustan Aeronautics Limited.
Yeah.
Same thing they are offering for Sukhoi 57.
So that's a unique aspect of the relationship where you have basically the joint production right from the time that we're talking about BrahMos, of course, the tests that have essentially taken place, and the fact that today we are in a position to basically exponentially look at the growth of BrahMos itself. Now, one image perhaps, Abhishek, that is largely being spoken about and it's expected to be widely discussed is the vehicle once again. You like it or not, it's always about world leaders and the powerful machines that are essentially used by them. Here, we'll try and put that image of the vehicle that you see, of course, is the Toyota that is being used, Fortuner that is being used by both the leaders. But just behind that, we are being told right now, we'll try and see if we can pull that video out. You would essentially see the Aurus tailing behind the vehicle. I believe that's just a part of the Aurus that we can see right now. Dimitri, are you there? If you are there, interestingly, it seems the Aurus has not been chosen this time. It's a Toyota Fortuner that has been used by both the leaders, and the Aurus, tails behind it.
Well, I think that I would not be surprised if at the next meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin, maybe in Russia next year, I would not be surprised if President Putin were to give Prime Minister Modi an Aurus. Has he done that in the past?
I believe, Dimitri, you're right. He has gifted one Aurus to George Bush, if I'm George Bush Jr., if I'm right, if I recall correctly.
He gifted one to Kim Jong-un. I know he gifted one to Chinese President Xi Jinping. I believe, he has gifted one to the UAE president. I'm not aware of him gifting one to Modi, but I think that, that's something that could be on the horizons.
Right. You see that happening, and I believe that would be a testament to the kind of equation that exists between the two leaders and the importance they attach to each other. Prime Minister, of course, underscoring it by receiving the president personally there at the airport and riding together back to 7 LKM. Dimitri, for all the good things about India and Russia, the fact of the matter is President Putin in the present is a war president. Russia is in the midst of a war, and a long-going war, and it seems it's not, despite all the talk of this peace plan, in terms, at least mentally, Russia is prepared for the long haul, as always. Historically, traditionally, Russia is always prepared for the long war. In that scenario, for President Putin to be coming, what's going to be heavy on his mind when the two leaders really meet and have this long conversation one-on-one?
Is going to be about what's happening on the battlefield. President Putin can confidently go in and say that Russia is dealing from a position of strength. Because I want to break down briefly for your audience members what exactly has happened in the past 2 weeks. We've seen Russian forces take two of Ukraine's most fortified fortress logistical hubs. One of them is Kharkov, one of them is Kupiansk in the northern Kharkov region, and then the other one is Pokrovsk in the Donetsk region. Why is this important? Because Ukraine has a limited amount of these fortress cities and a limited amount of these logistical hubs. And once they collapse, what's left is open field. That gives an opportunity for Russians to maneuver with far more confidence and strike places that were previously unstrikeable. And what we see particularly concerning for the Ukrainians is that they're not just losing ground in the Donbass. They're not just losing ground in the northern Kharkov region. They're starting to lose ground in the Zaporozhye region. So all along the front lines, we see a dynamic where Russian troops are advancing, Ukrainian troops are retreating. And I had an opportunity a while back to speak with one of Russia's best known battlefield commanders, Lieutenant General Aptialodinov. And he told me that on his side of the front and what he's seeing, the Ukrainians are losing about 40,000 troops a month, dead, missing in action, wounded, and that's not even counting deserters. At the same time, they're only able to mobilize about 15,000 people a month. So Ukraine has had a manpower problem for quite a long time.
Yeah.
But what we are seeing is that Ukraine is passing
Russia
the
also,
point.
by the way, Russia also, because Dmitry, we have about a dozen odd Indian citizens rostered for, if not directly combat duty, some kind of support role in the Russian army. And remember, some of them really did not actually enlist for any combat arm, but still ended up fighting on the side of the Russians. So, as Trump says, perhaps rightly, that the war in Europe has become, unfortunately, a human grinding machine, and that's why it should stop. President Putin has. President Trump says that he sees the intent in President Putin to stop the war. The rest of Europe does not. European leaders do not. So obviously, that part of conversation would be there between the two leaders, whatever India can do in terms of communication, opening communication channels, or keeping communication channels open between both the sides, apart from whatever Trump administration is doing. Europe, of course, is not helping. But that would be there, Shravan, as part of the dialogue.
Well, in fact, we have a very interesting guest who's joining us on this broadcast, perhaps to also get the West perspective here. Scott Ritter, who's associated with Sputnik, as an international guest with Sputnik. He's essentially a military analyst associated with the U.S. Marine Intelligence. Mr. Ritter, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. Undoubtedly, the West would be watching this extremely closely. This comes in the backdrop of what President Trump is essentially trying to work out. A question that I asked my colleague a short while back: can one expect that the United States of America would have done some backroom channeling with India right now, hoping that India would have sent across a message to President Putin vis-a-vis the peace talks?
I think just the opposite, in fact, is probably taking place. It appears that President Trump has undergone a strategic shift in his approach to Russia. A month ago, the approach was, we're going to sanction Russia into the Stone Age. We're going to impose crippling sanctions on Russia's energy sector. We're going to threaten the consumers, the buyers of Russian energy, India and China, with secondary sanctions, all in an effort to strangle Russia's economy to bring Putin to heel. This was the strategy of Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent. This was the strategy of Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Notice that neither Bessent nor Rubio were in Moscow the other day. Instead, we had Jared Kushner, the son-in-law of President Trump and a close advisor who can have the kind of interaction with the president that none of his secretaries can, and also Steve Witkoff, the man who is spearheading the economic aspects of a potential U.S.-Russian rapprochement, together with Kirill Dmitriev. I think the message that's being sent now is that Russia is going to win this war, and that the United States is not going to get in the way of Russia winning this war, and the United States will be encouraging Europe and Ukraine to recognize the inevitability of a Russian victory and prevent needless suffering by agreeing to terms of conflict termination that might be difficult for Europe and Ukraine to swallow, but it will at least allow Ukraine to survive. Trump has been very blunt. If you don't accept this peace plan, there will be no Ukraine. And so I think Putin is coming to India secure in the knowledge that the United States is not going to interfere with India-Russian strategic relations. Who is the United States to tell India how to behave with Russia? I mean, it's just insulting to even think that India would take that phone call or even, give any credence to such a threat. I'm sure some messages have been sent in the past. India has responded strongly, saying they are a sovereign nation that makes its own energy decisions, for instance. But one only needs to take a look at the human interaction between President Putin and Mr. Modi and understand that these are people who are not at odds with one another. They're part of the BRICS Forum, Shanghai Cooperation Organization. They have a strategic relationship that's just getting stronger.
That's an interesting point, Scott, that you've made here. But I'm going to also quickly bring in some more breaking news right now. It seems that the Kremlin is completely surprised in the manner President Putin has been welcomed by India. In fact, it turns out that Kremlin wasn't really informed about Prime Minister Modi's plans of welcoming President Putin. And of course, you have the decision that was taken of traveling in the same vehicle to 7 LKM. In fact, we are being told that the convoy has already reached 7 LKM. We are expecting the images to come in a short while from now. So Kremlin completely surprised by Prime Minister Modi's personal touch yet again. And it starts on a good note where you have the Kremlin essentially admitting to the fact that this was a surprise visit that has been made by the Prime Minister himself. A quick word from you, Abhishek, with regards to this messaging that has been done. I thought that this was well choreographed, but it seems it wasn't. It was more of a surprise.
Well, yes, things can be choreographed in terms of the detail, but there can always be elements of surprise. There would have been expectation, knowing how Prime Minister carries his diplomacy. We were mentioning about the number of other world dignitaries Prime Minister has received at the airport. So I think in that sense, this is a significant gesture. As I was saying, Shravan, this is essentially Prime Minister underscoring the special and the privileged part of the India-Russia relationship in optics. Remember, in diplomacy, as much as the words, the picture also counts. The optics also count. So if the message has to be sent of strategic autonomy, if the message has to be sent of India, nurturing its relationship with Russia, irrespective of the global headwinds, irrespective of the pulls and pressures, irrespective of the threats and sanctions and tariffs and whatnot, then obviously why not do it when the whole world is watching? And this is the moment when these pictures are going to go travel around the world and go viral. And that's how Prime Minister really takes charge of the moment, which he has done with these pictures, receiving President Putin there at the airport, hug, a sliver of a cultural welcome, and then, of course, traveling in the same car, and then, of course, the talks. Remember, I've been underscoring this, that this is not about India and Russia. This is about a global geopolitical event really taking place. Otherwise, why would ambassadors of three countries be writing an op-ed? Why would the Russian ambassador respond to them? And why would just ahead of the visit, you would have India signing a maintenance deal with the Americans, about $1 billion worth of defense deal. This is about India, announcing to the world that we have the strategic understanding and the depth to balance, to handle West on the one side, Russia on the other, and of course China with that SCO summit at another level. So I think in that sense, this is a message of a very personal, a very strong level of confidence that India has in its capacity to carry itself with this kind of multi-alignment, and that just one picture really summing it up there with Prime Minister receiving President Putin.
I want to just quickly, also bring in Dhairya from Sputnik to just tell us in terms of what are we really expecting over the next couple of hours following the meeting that's going to take place tonight. Dhairya, the first up, the meeting that takes place tomorrow morning, and of course the delegation that has come along with the Russian president. What do you essentially make of the delegation that has come in? It seems that it happens to be one of the largest business delegation that President Putin has brought along with him.
We expect delegation level talks at the 23rd India-Russia annual summit, and during the course of the day, we are going to see parallel meetings happening at the India-Russia forum. So the focus is clear from both sides. The focus is clear to boost India's exports to Russia in order to make this trading relationship more resilient. And let me point out, I spoke to Sberbank CEO, which is Russia's largest bank, and his view is he's a trusted advisor of President Putin, a former economic minister of Russia as well. So his view is that we shouldn't be dependent on any single commodity. This was a reference made in terms of the oil trade between India and Russia. So the focus from both sides, it's clear, more so from Indian side, that bolstering economic ties, boosting India's exports, that's the key focus of this visit. Another key area when it comes to national security, bolstering India's national security, are the defense relationships. So we can expect, some talks on S-400, then maybe some broaching of S-500 if India requires them. Definitely, as pointed out by Kremlin spokesperson during a press briefing by Sputnik, Russia is ready to offer India S-500 as well as Sukhoi 57 jets, which are, they're ready for localized production in India, something which no other country is offering at the moment. So defense and trade are the two areas as well. And then there are other aspects such as civil nuclear cooperation, small modular reactors being offered to India, whether that's going to be formalized. So yeah, it comprises entire gamut of ties, and we are going to see a lot tomorrow in terms of outcomes. Already Kremlin has put out that there are going to be 10 intergovernmental agreements as well as 15 commercial pacts to be signed. So that gives you a sense of what we can expect tomorrow, and definitely it's going to be a big day.
Dhairya, we are expecting you to get us the big news break tomorrow as we continue with our joint coverage. I want to take in perhaps Abhishek, just a quick word from our colleague in Brazil right now, Andre, because it's also important that it's, as we've been pointing out, this, it's going to have a global ramification also, this entire meeting between President Putin as well as Prime Minister Modi. Andre, just a quick recap of, all that is actually happening in Global South right now, particularly given the fact that, a lot has developed in the last 48 hours itself with those calls that have gone in. So how exactly are you really looking at this visit, and more importantly, the big headlines really emerging in Brazil at this stage?
Brazil is paying attention of that visit because if you see that year, 2025, Modi came here from Brazil, and the Vice President of Brazil, Geraldo Alckmin, in October, here in India, and Lula is expected in February 2026. So it's very, very important in terms of partnership, in terms of percentage, and other things. So let's see.
Right. Krishna, in terms of the defense deals that we've essentially spoken about, some speculations about what really happens with the S-500, given the fact that it has not even been integrated as far as the Russian military setup is concerned. But what's the talk like as far as the S-500 is concerned within our setup?
As far as Russian side is concerned, they are offering everything. S-400, S-500, everything has been offered, and they are offering S-500 since last couple of years. S-400.
Do we have any reservations?
No, we don't have any reservation, but Indian Air Force is using S-400 already, and 5 squadrons are in the deal, and 2 are still to come. So S-500 is obviously S-500 is better than S-400. It has more capable. Its range is much more than S-400. So India obviously.
But as I understand, India has also been demanding a joint production to essentially take place.
Actually, as for there is a talk for not exactly the joint production of S-400, but maintenance, repair and overhaul in India, and that will be the first phase. Maybe in near future, S-400 missiles can be produced in India. So this talks are on this topic also,
right.
on this thing. But production of S-500 in the joint production is not
right. You know, I want to bring in Scott right now. Scott, what we have essentially witnessed here is the fact that President Putin has basically set the tone for this entire meeting to take place. Of course, the warnings that have actually gone to the European nations coming in. But what we have essentially witnessed here is that there are vested interests in place. While not much has been spoken about, there was an article that was basically published earlier today by a Western news agency with regards to a deal that does not exist between India and Russia as far as the nuclear submarine is concerned. It is an old deal itself. It's not a new deal that is going to be signed, but something that was expected, that these are mischievous acts that are now basically doing the rounds here. Do you believe that the European nations would be a little worried right now, given the fact that with President Putin landing in New Delhi, President Putin manages to send across a very strong message that, look here, I have a country of global significance on my side?
100%. I mean, the European community, the European Union, NATO, is scared to death of their looming irrelevance. I mean, one just only has to take a look at how the United States has ignored them in the past several weeks as Russia and the United States work toward some sort of conflict resolution in Ukraine. It not just pushes Europe out of the picture, but it creates an expectation of a post-conflict reality which focuses solely on the U.S.-Russian relationship. Europe is, shuttled to the side. There will be some security guarantees and security frameworks worked out to mollify them, but Europe's no longer a player. This is very problematic. Europe very much wants to be a player, wants to continue to use the Ukraine issue as a mechanism of leveraging itself into a position of global relevance. A key aspect of this is controlling Russia's energy-based economy. And an important part of that control mechanism was hopes that India, together with China, would restrict their energy-related interaction with Russia, in effect wanting India to do the hard lifting for Europe, to break Russia's economic back, so to speak. And the exact opposite is happening. What we're seeing is that there is very cordial, friendly relations between Vladimir Putin and Prime Minister Modi. But more importantly, again, reflecting on the delegation that the Russians brought in, this isn't just an instance of two leaders liking each other, sipping tea, and going their own ways. This is the tip of an iceberg, and the rest of the iceberg is this strategic economic relationship, right. Founded in defense relationships, but other relationships, including energy, that is taking place, expanding. This is the exact opposite trajectory that Europe was hoping to achieve, and this just again solidifies the reality that Europe has become a very insignificant player in the geopolitical world today.
Well, thank you very much, Scott, for joining us on this broadcast. And also I want to take the opportunity to thank colleagues from Sputnik, Dimitri, editor from Moscow, Dhairya Maheshwari joining us from New Delhi, and Krishna Mohan, who's joining us in the studio. And that was a joint broadcast, Republic and Sputnik, coming together for this live coverage. This is just the beginning, as it seems both the leaders who would be in a short while from now beginning that private conversation, the dinner that's going to take place at 7 LKM in a short while from now. It's taking a short break. We'll be back in a short while.
अरे मेरे राजा
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned...
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
From the hallowed chambers of the Supreme Court of India, the law roars louder, real, fearless, historic. The first Buddhist Chief Justice of India, former Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavai, unshaken in conviction. This weekend on the legal side of things, only on Republic TV.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, हार्डकोर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया।
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं, ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके।
अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front.
Has Trump's blunder pushed India-Russia closer? Has Delhi moved on from the Washington consensus? How India is redefining diplomacy in a multipolar world, debating tonight at 8 p.m. Air India dysfunctional and Indigo in big trouble. Pilot shortage brings Indigo to its knees. Nationwide anger as thousands of passengers are stranded, debating tonight at 9 p.m. Has Trump's blunder pushed India-Russia closer? Has Delhi moved on from the Washington consensus? How India is redefining diplomacy in a multipolar world, debating tonight at 8 p.m.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Wow. At 8 p.m. tonight, has Trump's blunder pushed India-China closer? Has Washington completely moved away from the has New Delhi completely moved away from the Washington consensus? At 9 p.m. tonight, why Indian airline passengers have been taken completely for granted, and why the aviation sector is one of the greatest failures of the central government. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to go full frame to the visuals, please. Thank you. Of Putin landing in New Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister Narendra Modi went to receive him. As he landed in Delhi, he'll be here till tomorrow evening. And as we see these visuals and the bear hug on the tarmac of Delhi airport, a thought today. Trump has met Putin. Prime Minister Modi has met Putin, which means that the whole idea of Russian isolation is over. US and Western sanctions have completely failed. India and Russia, Modi and Putin, are two world leaders who have stood up for national interest. They have said, nation first, and that is why Russian crude is today 35% of India's imports. We are pushing back against American sanctions. And Putin knows it, that Narendra Modi has really stepped forward and refused to give in to pressure from America. America is putting huge sanctions against India, but Narendra Modi and India has made it very clear to America that 70-year partnership with Russia will not be sacrificed for a few months of Trump's pressure. Ladies and gentlemen, the West realizes how important this relationship is. And as we cover every aspect of this visit, as we tell you about all the important developments and agreements, the fact is that India is asserting its strategic autonomy. The Prime Minister is willing to defy American pressure. And India has refused to become a single source client on defense. We have made it very clear. We have made it absolutely clear to the Americans that we will do business with any vendor in any country, depending on what our national interest is. But most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, as you watch these visuals, also keep in mind that Russia also needs India. Russia needs a big partner, a solid partner other than China. Russia cannot afford to fall back on China every time. Moscow cannot afford total dependence on Beijing. A stronger India-Russia commercial link is very good from Putin's point of view as well. Therefore, this is a win-win on both sides. And this marks the return of the India-Russia summits. Going forward, India joins the League of Great Nations working together to make sure multipolarity is not a dream, but a reality. Before we move forward, let me run a small news package, if it is ready. Is it ready? On the developments so far.
In a rare gesture of respect and camaraderie, PM Modi personally arrived at the Palam Air Base to welcome Russian President Vladimir Putin on his first state visit to India since the Ukraine war began. This is President Putin's first visit to New Delhi in over 4 years, where he will be received with full state honors tomorrow at the Rashtrapati Bhavan in the morning, with the 23rd India-Russia annual summit meeting to follow in the day and a state banquet in the evening hosted by President Murmu. It was all smiles when President Putin disembarked from the flying Kremlin, with PM Modi welcoming him with the classic Modi hug. Giving Washington flashes from Tianjin, PM Modi and President Putin yet again sat in the same car as they exited the Palam Air Force Base. Modi is hosting President Putin for a private dinner at his residence 7 Lok Kalyan Marg this evening, reciprocating the courtesy he received when he visited Moscow last year at Putin's Novo Ogaryovo residence. Earlier in the day, Russian Defense Minister laid a wreath at the National War Memorial in New Delhi. Along with his counterpart, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, Union Minister JP Nadda also met the Russian ministers ahead of the crucial annual summit tomorrow. Meanwhile, Washington is watching closely. However, Trump is not rocking the boat as he desperately tries to cling on to his peace effort hopes.
I don't know what the Kremlin's doing. I can tell you that they had a reasonably good meeting with President Putin. We're going to find out. It's a war that should have never been started. But you have President Putin had a very good meeting yesterday with Jared Kushner and with Steve Witkoff. What comes out of that meeting, I can't tell you, because it does take two to tango.
While India and US have hoped to sign an interim trade deal by fall this year, with a possible Trump visit, it is Putin who is in town. With the potential S-400 and Su-57 deal talks on the cards, and the deepening bilateral cooperation on trade, technology and energy, has Washington made a strategic mistake by backing Pakistan post-Sindoor fallout? Are Russia and India stronger than ever before, courtesy President Trump?
Ladies and gentlemen, as we get the fresh visuals, we have the visuals there of the Prime Minister and Putin. That is at the Prime Minister's residence, where Putin and Modi will be having dinner in some time. And we're going to be analyzing this very important visit. And the live visuals will be coming across, we'll be cutting across straight to them. Once again, to remind all our viewers that Russian President Vladimir Putin is on a visit to India at the invitation of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is technically the 23rd India-Russia Annual Summit. And this is, these are visuals of from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where the meeting begins. And I think it begins with an informal dinner between both the world leaders. Now, viewers, I have with me our panel, General G.D. Bakshi, Saurabh Shukla, who's the Chief Consulting Editor of Republic, Einar Thangen, Dmitry Sims, journalist from Sputnik, Nikita Menkovich from Moscow. He's head of the Eurasian Analytical Club. Matthew Vandam is a senior journalist from Washington. And we have analyst and former chief economist at Citi, William Hendrick, with us tonight from New York. Thank you, gentlemen, everyone, for joining us tonight. If I may begin by asking Dmitry of Sputnik. Dmitry, how is this visit being seen? Is it more than ceremonial? And how is it being reported in Russia?
Well, it's definitely far more than just ceremony, because otherwise you wouldn't see Putin bringing such a large and diverse delegation. You have, on the one hand, people from the security side, as evidenced by Russian Defense Minister Andrei Belousov and other senior defense ministry officials, but you also see a very robust economic delegation. You see the head of the Russian Central Bank, Elvira Nabiullina, the head of Russia, and the head of Russia's largest banks, such as Sberbank, VTB. You see Russian First Deputy Prime Minister Denis Monterev, who has for years basically curated the industrial side of things. And I think that this, if the message that Russia is sending here is that Russia is going big on Bharat. Russia is not just interested in limiting the partnership to arms deals or energy sales. Russia wants to see Indian businesses sell to the Russian market, have success in the Russian market, and they want to see Indian businesses occupy some of the niches previously filled by Western brands. And that's that's what it's going to take in order to boost $100 billion by 2030, which is the goal that both sides have set for themselves.
Absolutely. This is Vladimir Putin's first visit in 4 years. It is being seen as the return of the regular India-Russia summits. It's also significant because India has navigated significant crosswinds fighting America, and America feels it is the only country which can be in talks with Russia. So I'd like to go across to William Hendrick in New York. After all the tantrums and all the shouting matches and all the threats and all the sanctions of Trump, this visit and these visuals, how will Washington read this? William Hendrick, how will policymakers in Washington read this visit?
Well, it is clearly a statement by the leaders of India and Russia that they will not be intimidated and pushed around by the US. The problem is that Russia is not a significant economic player. It's the 11th largest country in the world. Its economy is just over half the size of India's economy. And the US is more than 14 times larger. The only significant economic relationship is India's import of Russian oil, which is coming down quite rapidly this year because of intensified American sanctions. India imported last year $63.8 billion worth of imports from Russia and only stole $4.9 billion. India exported $73 billion to the US that same year. So Russia is simply not a significant economic player. They cannot take over from the US, Europe, and the West in general. India can diversify its trade, move away from what it considers to be excessive dependence, perhaps, on the US, and it can do that. But Russia will just be a very small player in that new strategy.
I'm not sure I agree with that assessment. I mean, if Russia was such an insignificant player, then why would Trump be the greatest advocate of Russia's interests? If Russia was such a one minute. So may I get Nikita to respond to this? This view coming in from New York that Russia is a very insignificant player. India's economy itself is twice as large as that of Russia. But it's also about power play. I think America is in denial about the significance of Russia, especially in power projection. And if Russia was such an insignificant player, then why would Trump overreact to India buying crude oil from Russia all this while? I'd like Nikita's response to this view from New York, please.
First of all, I think that's really a little bit funny when a lot of United States speakers come in here to say they don't care about Russia. If you don't care about Russia and India talks, maybe you have a lot of business to do in your country, with your poverty, with your economical problems, with your inter-race aggression. You have a lot of problems. But you always came here to India, to Ukraine, to any other country to tell that you absolutely don't care about it. But you say, India must, Russia must, China must, Iran is also must do something you want. I think that you American guys should finally understand. You're just a country with your own problems and your own business to do. What is discussed by Russians and India, it is not your business. It is not you who may say, do it or that. It is not you who discuss the situation of Ukraine on Ukraine. You started this war, but you are losing it. Forget about it. Russian and Ukrainian people are going to choose those future without you. I don't really understand why we do see here a lot of people from the United States to comment the India-Russian talks. Maybe you'd better invite some Chinese expert or Pakistan. It's will be more rational because Pakistan is your neighbor. he may have some kind of interest in this situation. But American guys are just losing those and our time.
No, I think there's a choice. I think the point to be made here tonight, and I would say that we cannot but at all underestimate the significance of this visit. The West can say what it wants, but this is a country called India, which has been under tremendous pressure from the United States of America to almost snap its relationship with Russia. And the simple policy of Donald Trump in America has been put a lot of disincentives and then say, if you listen to me, I will provide you incentives. The incentives are taking away the disincentives. So you say, I'll put 100% tariffs and then say, if you're going to be a good boy, I'll bring it down to 50%. And what India has done here, what Narendra Modi has done here, what makes Narendra Modi a great leader? A great leader. He has said, I will do what is important. I will keep my defense engagement, my foreign policy engagement, my economic engagement with Russia going come what may. So my reading is, and I'd like to go to General G.D. Bakshi, is that this meeting is Narendra Modi's quiet but self-assured way of telling the world that it's nation first for India, that the sanctions are a water of a duck's back, as it were. General Bakshi.
Absolutely, Arnab. The simple fact is, this is a statement of the assertion of India's strategic autonomy, strategic autarky. We will make our own decisions based solely on the centrality of India's national interests. We will not be bullied, we will not be pushed, we will not be threatened or cajoled. The United States has put the highest sanctions on India, not even on China. It has put the highest sanctions on India and Brazil because it deems them to be the central pillars in the BRICS, which it views as a threat. The Russia-India-China triangle had been spoken of by Primakov in the 1990s. That was very premature. But the simple fact is that the unipolar movement is long past. For the United States to still act as if it is living in a unipolar world, well, is fanciful. And Donald Trump is now realizing that by slow degrees as nations stand up to it. India stood up to Donald Trump and a number of nations have followed, including Japan, including other countries which have, taken a second look at all the trillions of dollars they had promised to the United States. The simple fact is that you might say that Russia's economy is small. Don't forget the fact that Russia has the biggest nuclear arsenal in the world. It is the most modern nuclear arsenal. Russia has one of the strongest conventional militaries in the world, which has proven itself in the war in Ukraine, right? Despite all the support from the United States of America, from Europe, etc., Ukraine has now virtually lost that war. So to just grade Russia in economic terms, Russia's economic shortfalls could well be met by its relationships with India and China, and with BRICS for that matter. BRICS as a grouping has far greater clout today than the American Western bloc put together. The G7, the BRICS carries far greater clout in pure terms of demographics, in pure terms of economics, etc. The BRICS is a force to reckon with, and at the core of the BRICS is the Russia-India-China triangle, which has far greater strategic heft than is or can be measured in terms of pure dollar terms. As it is, we are trying to see that we trade with one another not in dollars but in terms of our own currencies. That by itself could hold out a threat to the dominance of the United States dollar, upon which the US economic supremacy or superiority is premised.
I think so.
If the dollar ceases to be the global currency, America will suffer quite a bit.
William, you seem to be disagreeing with what General Bakshi says. But may I add one point here that I personally believe, Matthew can come in on this and Einar can come in on this. I personally believe that there'd be a lot of people in Washington who'd be really happy at the Putin-Modi deep India-Russia engagement, especially the growing group of Trump critics. Because what Trump has been forced to do, Matthew, is that he's been forced to engage with Russia, come down from his high horse, and also watch the visuals of Putin meet Modi a day after he met his own son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who flew down on Trump's behalf to Moscow. So if there's anyone really who's had to compromise here or come down from his high horse, Matthew, it is Trump. It is Trump who's being forced to change his line and soften his line because he's dealing with tough leaders. He is bitten off more than he can chew, Matthew. Narendra Modi, Vladimir Putin are tough. Xi Jinping, they're all tough leaders. Big countries who know power projection. And Jared Kushner had to go to Moscow to re-engage with Putin, and then Putin finishes that and flies down to meet Modi. What does this signify? I'd like your thoughts. Matthew.
Well, I think that the United States is not having its way with India, and it's pretty clear that President Trump's efforts to pressure India to move away from Russia are not working. In fact, they seem to be backfiring. The tariffs and his crackdown on H-1B visas for the United States and so on. That doesn't seem to be going well. The fact that India is being pushed, so to speak, into the arms of Russia is a sign that Trump's policy towards India is not going the way he would like it to. He thought that he could impose some tariffs on India and pressure it in other ways to do what he wants, and it doesn't seem to work. And the primary motivation behind that, I don't think it was necessarily economic. I think it was military. President Trump doesn't like India buying buying oil and energy products from Russia, and he wanted to discourage this behavior in the future. And it looks like the policy is not working.
Exactly, that's a big admission here. That's a really, really, really big admission, isn't it, Saurabh? And that's the brilliant part about this engagement, Saurabh, that for 2 years after the Ukraine war began, New Delhi maintained a deliberate, calibrated distance from political signaling with Moscow. From February 22 to July 24, our strategy was simply keep the relationship functional but low-key, avoid triggering anyone. The person who got triggered was Trump. And Trump says, if you buy Russian crude, I'm going to punish you. And then he made multiple comments on how he would punish India.
Arnab, let me spell it out. Anybody who thinks that this visit is not being watched in any major capital, including Washington, is living in a fool's paradise. This is one of the very high-profile visits which is being watched very closely. What Prime Minister Narendra Modi has done through this is reinvented the global diplomatic engagement. It's a creative and out-of-the-box diplomacy where he's sending a clear message to everyone in the world that India not only values the strategic autonomy, but India's voice counts. See the timing of the visit. Not only this is significant in bilateral geopolitical terms, this is also significant because India is also playing a role in bringing peace to Ukraine as well. At a time when Russia and the US talks are strategically poised, India is playing a key role here as well. So India is a dominant global player and is a clear message to everyone that you cannot ignore India. That's one. Second thing, India will do diplomacy on its own terms, whether it's the defense deals that it undertakes, the energy deals it undertakes, it will do that. Don't forget, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was the only world leader who even told Vladimir Putin that it's not the time for war. So here is India's Prime Minister conveying to the world that India's voice counts. And it may be, it's the multipolar world, but it's a world which is centered around certain countries. And every country will act in its own strategic interest. And I must tell you that behind the scenes, yes, even the US-India ties are progressing, but not at the same pace as they should have been progressing, certainly. And with Russia-India ties now going on an upswing, certainly there are enough and more people in Washington who obviously want that the US-India ties, which have lagged behind in the recent past, they will get impetus. So in some ways, this is, I would say, a creative strategic diplomacy that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is undertaking as we talk today. And this will not only have a bearing on India's relationship with Russia, but will also have a bearing on India's standing in the world, and also when it comes to relationship with the US. There are, I would say, strategic collateral gains in every relationship, and India values every relationship independently of each other. So that's the big message that's coming out tonight. And there are interesting things. In fact, if you see the white car there, I want to tell you, I've covered diplomacy for a long time. He has chosen a Toyota Fortuner, not his traditional, a Range Rover or a BMW that Prime Minister rides on. There is a security strategic message here as well, Arnab. Let me not spell it out.
I think there is, but there's another point here tonight. I'm very curious to know how China will be looking at this visit, and so will the viewers of Republic. China will be looking at this very, very closely. I began by saying, Einar, that I think Russia also realizes it cannot be completely dependent on China. It needs a strong economic ally. It needs a strong strategic ally as well. So I thought this would also be Russia's interest to have a deep relationship with India. But my question to you is that, can this really become a three-way relationship? I'm not sure, because India continues to have issues with China. China, unfortunately, precipitated things a little last week by trying to harass an Indian citizen who's from Arunachal Pradesh and troubled her, and then issued a statement from the foreign ministry. So there was an opportunity here, I thought, that there is no Quad summit happening. India's hosting of Putin stands out sharply. But how does China view this from a global perspective and from China's perspective?
Well, as far as I can ascertain, Beijing is actually quite happy about it. Right now, you have a situation where the BRICS have been targeted by Donald Trump. It's 50% on Brazil, insistence that somebody who tried to stage a coup be released. South Africa, he's not going to go to the meeting next year, saying the G20 is irrelevant and he doesn't believe South Africa is good. India, China, and also, of course, Russia. So what you have now is a situation, and the general mentioned this, it completely changes the relationship at both the SCO and also BRICS. India was always the balancing factor. They're the ones who said, look, we don't need to start anything. Let's be cautious. Let's wait. That could change. Vladimir Putin has showed up with his bankers. He's serious. If he's willing to help India with infrastructure, with investment, to wean it away from the United States dependence, this would be a game changer. Donald Trump sought to isolate all of his, quote, possible competitors. Instead, what he has done is isolated the United States. So from China's perspective, every country is entitled to take its own course. Obviously, getting together with Russia makes perfect sense, especially given the historical situation. So there's not going to be anybody in Beijing worrying about it. Do India and China have issues? Yes, they have different narratives about them. Hopefully, at some point, they settle. But that is for the future. Right now, India is sending a very, very strong signal to the world that it's not going to be co-opted. It's not going to be bullied. If that continues with a group setting, where perhaps it would makes sense for Europe, BRICS, ASEAN, the rest of the world to go to Washington and tell Donald Trump to stuff his tariffs. Doesn't matter how much he wants to tariff his own people. He will not be allowed to play this cynical game where he plays different countries off against each other for his advantage. That is not the way the world is going to work in a multipolar world.
You know, I think listening to everyone, I think Trump made some really bad choices, William. He kept hosting Pakistani army chief, kept having lunch with him. And India said that this is the man who has organized a massacre, who has sent jihadi Islamist terrorists and killed people and abused Hindus and justified the killing of Hindus and justified the killing of Indians. But Trump loves to do business with these kind of people. I think if Idi Amin was around, Trump would have done a deal with him, a 10-year deal, and sent Jared Kushner to seal the deal. This immorality, and then after that, to be treated disrespectfully, to treat India disrespectfully. The world's largest democracy has said to Trump today, William, that we are not going to follow your script, we are not obliged to. And also try to blackmail India, you see. William, not give us the engines that you promised on a written contract for our fighter jets and then expect us to buy more defense equipment from you. I think America has lost its moral authority. It never really had any, William, but it's dealing with countries who are going to control the global economy 15 to 20 years from now. You know, and increasingly the pushback is going to become very obvious. The world is not unipolar, William. Will Trump understand this now? It's not even bipolar. It's multi-aligned. And India is also a center of gravity in this. Every country will want strategic autonomy. I think you were wrong when you said Russia doesn't matter. How can you say Russia doesn't matter? Can you explain this to the Russians? You said Russia doesn't matter. It's a small country. Well, why did you say that at the start? Can you explain that to our Russian friends? Can you explain that to Dmitry?
Absolutely. But when I said that Russia is not important, it is as an economic power. Russia has an enormous nuclear arsenal, the world's largest, and probably the world's most up-to-date as well. So that has to be taken seriously and respected. But from an economic perspective, it is the 11th largest country. It's a small economy. The UK is larger. France, Italy, Canada, Brazil is larger.
Yeah, so, it is India's largest defense ally, and will continue to be.
So historically, this has been the case, and 60% of India's military hardware, the stock, is of Russian or Soviet origin.
Yeah, because
correct.
No, we can't trust you. We can't trust you. We can't trust you. You're an untrustworthy ally in terms of defense. No, you said the GE. You can ask General Bakshi here tonight. General Electric has refused to supply the engines, right, Saurabh, General Bakshi, that were promised to be sent for our light combat aircraft. You are blackmailing India. And
I'm not defending. I'm not defending.
Arnab,
foreign
paid
policy,
$1 billion
or his economic policies,
hard cash.
or his tariff policies.
No.
in general.
One minute. Yes.
So that's not what we're talking about. We're asking here about Russia is likely to remain a significant military supplier to India. India is trying to diversify its sources, even of military supplies.
First of all, I think General Bakshi and our Russian friends, please, let's get another perspective on this. A section of Americans who believe that Russia is not significant. I want a response maybe from Dmitry first in Moscow.
Economically significant.
Yeah.
Economically
Yeah,
significant.
I'd be delighted to respond to set the record straight. So we've heard this narrative for years now that the Russian economy is weak and that it's insignificant. Let's ask ourselves a question. If the Russian economy is so weak and so insignificant, why is it that the Russian economy has outgrown the entire G7 in 2023 and in 2024, despite having 25,000 sanctions imposed on it? Why is it that Russia has the industrial capacity to outproduce all of NATO in terms of ammunition? And the key reason is that the economic statistics that William uses are fake, basically, because most economists don't look to nominal GDP because nominal GDP doesn't account for differences in purchasing power parity, which is the more significant metric that we look at. And if we look at GDP by purchasing power parity, Russia's in the top 5. And what's moreover, Russia is key to global supply chains in energy, in terms of various rare earth minerals and metals that the United States itself depends on. American planes can't fly without Russian titanium. Americans can't make chips without Russian palladium, and so on and so forth. So what I would say is that when we look at in terms of who has the more stable economy, who has the more promising economy, I would definitely say it's Russia, because Russia doesn't have a $35 trillion debt. Russia doesn't have a massive deindustrialization problem that's only getting worse. Russia doesn't have collapsing infrastructure. And most importantly, when you look at the sectors leading the Russian economy, they're not government spending, they're not healthcare and hospitality. So what I would say is the American economy in 2025 is a massive Potemkin village. The only reason why the Americans have any positive growth right now is because of the AI bubble. But everyone admits that the AI bubble will pop sooner rather than later. So don't throw stones if you live in a glass house.
And also, America has largely failed, hasn't it, with everyone? China's economic support for Russia's war economy continues. Iran has outrightly rejected your nuclear negotiations. You had to back off after a symbolic strike. In fact, Iran retaliated by attacking American bases in the Middle East. The Alaska meeting with Trump did not yield anything. So, Matthew, it's looking very bad. China has arm-twisted America on the export of rare earth metals. China has imposed retaliatory tariffs on American goods. Trump had to back off, right? And Trump is even flying Air Force plane which has been gifted from the Middle East. So things are getting really, if you look at it, extremely logical. More importantly, Einar, yesterday, I think it was the Wall Street Journal which reported, Matthew and Einar, it said that Xi Jinping has said, I want Taiwan, I want the Chinese military to take over Taiwan by 2027. Not one statement, Matthew, from Washington. Not one statement. Nikita, was there one statement from Washington saying, no, you can't do this. You can't do this. Not even one statement pretending the Wall Street report did not happen. So, Matthew, if China decides to take over Taiwan, what can America do now anymore? Has America, in your view, overplayed its hand?
With respect to Taiwan, I don't think America has overplayed its hand. Taiwan is important to the United States, and the United States has indicated that it will assist in some way. I guess it's kind of vague what they're going to do. Taiwan and help to shield it from a communist Chinese invasion, an invasion that almost certainly is not going to happen because China needs Taiwan to produce semiconductors, to produce chips, and so on. And so when China is doing this saber rattling with Taiwan, it just does this as a matter of Beijing's policy. I don't think they really mean to invade Taiwan. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think that the United States is in retreat worldwide. The United States economy is huge compared to Russia's, even if you use this obscure PPP indicator that one of the other guests referred to.
One minute.
Still,
Dimitri said obscure
US
PPP,
is like 25
obscure.
trillion, and
Right.
Russia's
Why obscure?
Uses it. The CIA uses it to measure economic strength. Is the CIA using an obscure and irrelevant metric?
The CIA uses all sorts of metrics in its reports, but the most widely accepted metric of economic strength for countries is the GDP, where America is like 14 or 15 times the size.
It doesn't
of Russia.
account for
However,
even with
power
parity.
even with the PPP, Russia is still nothing compared to the United States. 6 trillion versus 25 trillion. Russia is not an important economic player, and I don't think it's going to be. Russia is a backwards economic basket case. So, but none of this.
Matthew, you're calling Russia a basket case, but you must accept here today. One minute. You must accept here today. Russia has done really well for itself since your sanctions. You thought you would bring Russia to its knees. I can ask you one thing tonight, Matthew, without being disrespectful to you. What happened to America making Canada its 51st state, which was announced from Mar-a-Lago? What happened to America taking over Greenland, purchasing it for $10? What happened? What happened to the takeover of the Panama Canal? What happened to the renaming of the Gulf of Mexico? I mean, you've got to be real. You see, these are just realities. See, Matthew, I don't mean to embarrass you at all, but this is what Trump has done to America. Then he will go to Alaska once again to greet Putin, who will tell him next time, don't worry, Trump, come to Moscow. You saw the commanding way in which Putin told Trump, come to Moscow. Trump is like a child when he meets Putin. You know these realities, Matthew. It's not looking good. And also, Dimitri was right. It's not 35, it's 37 to $38 trillion in debt.
Well, I was referring to the GDP and the PPP metrics.
Yes,
I wasn't referring
yes,
to
okay, let's go back to this meeting. In the context of all of this, the significance of this meeting, I'd like to go back to Nikita because viewers in India are interested in getting a global perspective on what's happening at a time when many in India believe the India-US partnership is beyond a point of no return.
I think that our problems now is that we have a historical visit of Mr. Putin to India. We have a lot of topics to discuss. The future cooperation between India and Russia in energy, in medicine, in IT, in defense and weapon production. We have a lot of things to discuss. But we're sitting here and discussing American dreams about world power. It looks strange. We have a lot of work to do, India and Russia. We don't need these American guys to argue with them about those dreams, to be a leader, to be a standard, to be an example for other countries. United States is just a usual country. It's smaller than India do. I don't want to feel someone bad. It's not bad to be smaller than India. But you should understand, India shouldn't pay attention to your remarks. Russia has no need to prove you that we are great enough to live as an independent country. Please, we should change our behavior. We should forget about so-called American perspective.
No.
If we want to have an international debate
I would forget all that. I agree with you, Nikita. We can't be reactive on issues. But today, what is the issue here? The issue was always Russian oil, Saurabh, wasn't it? Einar, it was Russian oil, but European Union is the largest buyer of Russian LNG. France, Belgium, Netherlands, Hungary, all these are big countries buying Russian oil. Europe is the second largest importer, 22% of Russian LNG imports. Japan is the third largest importer. Japan is the third largest importer. So this whole aggression on Russian oil, Einar, this aggression on Russian oil is over after today. Basically, India is saying tonight, Einar, can I have Einar? He's speaking, Aditi, he's speaking. You have to look at who's speaking. Einar.
You cannot forget the fact that it was the U.S. who asked India to buy Russian oil. I mean, this is the part that is very, very hard for most people in the Beltway to understand. You ask India to buy Russian oil to stabilize the price so that you do not have these huge spikes, which would have affected the United States. This was a political move. And now you have, Trump saying that if you buy oil from Russia, it's a big issue. I mean, the part I don't understand is he always claims that he's a friend of Modi, calls him up on his birthday, wishes him a happy birthday, and the very next day tells Europe to put 100% tariffs on India. I mean, it's befuddling. I know he likes madman politics, but obviously from the tone of everybody here, it's not working. This issue about purchasing power parity, I would suggest my American colleague consider that what you can buy and what you can live by is the true measure of your economy, not nominal dollars.
That's well said, and also the world.
Can I add?
Yes.
Arnab, quick dimension. President Trump has used these tariffs as a negotiation tactic.
Yes.
He's a deal maker. If you remember my question to him when Prime Minister Modi went there, he said, Prime Minister Modi is a tougher negotiator. That's what is actually playing out in the real sense. So post this, I can tell you, it will spur not only Russia-India relationship, this will have a positive impact on US-India relationship as well, because the US also realizes that they don't want to miss out the bus. Prime Minister Modi has proven once again that he, in some ways, is an epicenter when it comes to global diplomacy, and he does his own distinct style of diplomacy. And often, some of these acts help us consolidate our bilateral partnerships as well, besides a global worldview. So I see a positive impact of this happening, even on India's relationship with the US, because at the end of the day, everybody values their self-interest.
But there is, I've been speaking to a lot of...
US does not miss out here as well.
I've been speaking to a lot of people, influential people, policymakers, and what they've been saying to me, William, is that we have learned how to handle Trump. In India, what people say is we know how to handle Trump. And the feeling is that nothing matters because we had our GDP numbers, Q2 GDP numbers. By the way, William, you've been a chief economist at Citi, you should know, we've grown at a historic 8.2% growth quarter on quarter. That's huge. The whole world wants to talk to us, which means we have absorbed whatever small losses are there because of your sanctions. So,
I agree. India's economic performance is remarkable.
But so is Russia's,
right?
Relatively.
India's
so is Russia's.
strong demographics. Russia's economic prospects are poor. Its economic size is de minimis. And I think the GDP at market prices is the right measure of economic power. Adjusting for purchasing power parity gives you better views of standards of living, but not on market power. So Russia, simply from an economic perspective, is not a realistic alternative to continued economic trade with Europe, with the, with the
we
US.
seem to...
Yes, the world is becoming multipolar. Yes, India will be the center of one of the poles. It is undoubtedly an exciting economy, but Russia is not a significant economic player.
Yeah, but America is isolating itself here, William.
Yes.
America is isolated. We are talking to Europe, we are talking to Canada, we've increased our business with Latin America, ASEAN.
I agree.
So I think America is the only country completely getting isolated. At some point, Einar, do you believe that these pressures will not be counterweights for America but liabilities? Because at some point, given the social fabric, the difficulties within American society, the disparity, and the homelessness on Manhattan, that America will have to roll back a little bit of the pressure it's trying to put for the world. Trump is still going around congratulating himself in global capitals, saying, we've never had so much money in America. Do the Americans feel the same way? Those who I speak to clearly don't. They say there's a lot of poverty, a lot of social divide in America that's happening right now, a lot of tension that's building up. What's your reading?
Well, you just have to look, you can't look past the fact that he's sent troops to American cities. I mean, this is not the sign of a free and well-functioning democracy. In terms of my chortling friend in New York, I mean, I find it hard to believe that he wants to, perpetuate this myth that America is a strongman. If we were so strong, why did we get whipped by 30 to 40,000 Taliban? Why did we lose every war since World War II other than attacking Grenada? I mean, we do not have the pedigree to insist that being bigger makes us better, hasn't made us more effective. The world is not safer. We've spent trillions of dollars on these wars, and we're still continuing to pile them up. It is now past 38 trillion. With the additional things that Donald Trump is asking for, we're going to be soon across 40 trillion. The danger there is that there is no way that there's no plan to pay it back. Neither party has the will to say, look, it's time to either tax or stop spending. And if they do stop spending, unfortunately, it's stop spending on those who need it most and start, throwing more money at the war machine. It hasn't worked in the past. And you kind of wonder if Washington will ever wake up, look in the mirror, and decide it's time to change. It's not unipolar. It's part of a world, and it needs to act like a responsible citizen instead of a rogue.
And right now, again, going full frame to go to the break tonight, Putin and Modi are at dinner. We'll get the fresh shots. I'm sure there's going to be a press release. But the bigger story of the day, the complete chaos in our aviation sector, and why I believe this duopoly between Air India and Indigo is a terrible thing to happen. When I'm back.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
MDH की देगी मीरज
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मीरज
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Goswami on the debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, time now for the nation's sharpest opinion. I want to say tonight that the central government is completely let down. The central government is completely let down. All those flying on planes across the country, because our domestic aviation sector is a frightful mess. Take a look at this. Take a look at this, and the central government and the DGC and the Ministry for Civil Aviation should be answerable. I just want to run two sets of visuals. Can we run them full frame without the grommets? Can I run the visuals, please? This is the situation in Pune. Of course, we've got an edited visual which is being run tonight, but this is the chaos that we saw in Pune. Passengers packed like livestock. Ladies and gentlemen, now I want to show you the pictures from Ahmedabad. Indigo counters turned into a battlefield. Passengers enraged are asking for answers. Now I want to show you the visuals from Mumbai, India's second busiest airport, where there are endless lines, people sitting around, lying, sleeping, no food, no water. Just imagine if you're traveling there with your children or your elderly parents, what you would be made to go through. And yes, we are then told, oh, but the government has done so much for the aviation sector. It may have done so for individuals or individual companies, but it has not done any good for the aviation sector. In India, air passengers are taken for granted under this government. Now, we are told, oh, we've done great things, we've connected parts of the country. It's not true. In the last 3 days, Indigo has cancelled 1,232 flights. Cancellations have happened in November. 755 are because of crew and FDTL-related constraints. 258 are due to airspace and airport restrictions. 92 are due to air traffic control system failures. And 127 are due to other reasons. Viewers, there is also a safety angle. There is a safety angle. Only in India can these things happen. I want to say once again, if you're watching this tonight, remember, only in India are air passengers taken for granted. Is the Aam Aadmi taken for granted? Only in India are 300 flights cancelled without accountability. 300 flights. Only in India can 1,232 flights be cancelled in November without consequences. You know why? Because it's a duopoly. Air India and Indigo control everything, own everything. They don't care about the people. 61% of Indigo's flights are cancelled due to crew shortages. Why are they running an airline? There is a two-airline duopoly the Modi government has allowed. We are told that the Modi government does not like monopolies. First of all, I don't agree with that. There are too many monopolies happening. And now there is a duopoly. Obviously, the Modi government likes a duopoly. Why else does the Modi government allow 91.5% of the entire aviation sector of the world's most populous nation to be controlled by two companies? Is it good? Has the government made Air India accountable after the air crash? I don't think so. You have Akasa and SpiceJet, they have about 7%. Everything else is Indigo and Air India, Indigo and Air India. They can set the prices. They can torture passengers. They can be not answerable for air crashes. They can compromise safety. Air India ran planes that were not airworthy. Was there a single statement from the Minister of Civil Aviation? No. He's not answerable. And why is the central government not bothered about it? Because he comes from the TDP, an alliance party. So let him do what he wants. Even after the air crash, nothing happened. Any other civil aviation minister would have been sacked. Nothing happened. You keep giving a long rope to Air India, and the Tatas go to the government, go to the PMO and say, we want money, we want compensation, we want more help because post-Sindoor we've lost business. Air India is seeking compensation for the Sindoor fallout. We put out a report. They say we had losses of 4,000 crores, help us. Why should we fund Air India? You know, when Vijay Mallya wanted help from the Manmohan Singh government, it became a scam. Air India should stop doing this. Air India can fly an aircraft 8 times without certification. No other country would have allowed this. But Air India is owned by Tatas, can't touch them, can't question them. So the passenger must suffer. And viewers, I'll open the lines tonight because this is the most important news story in the country today. If you just saw the visuals, you would understand what I'm talking about. Passengers get flight cancellations, no prior notice. Delayed passengers get no compensation or redressal. People are treated very badly in our country. Airlines collapse when pilot-friendly norms kick in. The government regulator does not care. Why does the Prime Minister's office not intervene here? Why does the Prime Minister's office not intervene here? The DGCA is told to enforce safety and operational compliance. It's not doing that. Numerous exposés have happened on Republic and only on Republic. As far as Air India is concerned, it will run advertisements on other channels and give them sweet interviews. This is the reality. But this is Republic, the only non-corporate major network in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, what is Indigo doing? What is Air India doing? Do you feel that they need to respond to the situation? The fact of the matter is, Indian citizens have been taken for granted. Yes, they have. Yes, they have. And there's no way this government can say this has not happened. I'm sure the government's not going to be happy with us saying this, but someone's got to speak up for the people of this country. And when nobody does, Republic does, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm opening the phone lines. I hope to hear from you. I'm sending in a request tomorrow for an interview with the Civil Aviation Minister. I think he's answerable to you. And on your behalf, we'll ask him for an interview. This is a matter which should be debated in Parliament. Parliament should be debating this gigantic civil aviation mess. Parliament should debate whether effective monopolies and duopolies should be allowed in this country. Parliament should debate this. People should be made answerable to the people of India. Let's debate.
Cancellations, utter chaos, and zero communication. Across major airports, passengers stranded for hours. At the heart of the crisis, India's most punctual airline, Indigo.
Today I have a connecting flight, like I am coming from Hyderabad and I am traveling to Dubai. So basically in morning what happened, I got a shock, like they delayed my flight. So I was worried like my connecting flight will get missed. So approximately like 2 hours my flight is delayed from 7:45 to 10. They are saying we have four crew members, we will need one more. So that delayed due to that delay.
Passengers say that they were left without updates, without any assistance.
फ्लाइट ऑलमोस्ट 8 आवर्स डिले है, बिल्कुल भी कोई व्यवस्था नहीं है इंडिगो की तरफ से। पूरे एम्प्लॉयज़ जो है इंडिगो के कंफ्यूज्ड है, बिल्कुल भी कोऑपरेशन नहीं है उनके तरफ से। जितने भी पैसेंजर थे सब लोग त्रस्त है पूरा और परेशान है। कोई दिल्ली से आया है, कोई लखनऊ से आया है और यहाँ पे भोपाल में किसी को जानते नहीं हैं लोग और अभी कोई व्यवस्था भी नहीं की है इंडिगो ने उनके लिए।
The chaos now derailing families. A Bengaluru family travelling to Bhubaneswar tomorrow left in a lurch. The bride and 110 guests stuck with no way to reach on time.
So I have got an event there in Bhubaneswar for my son's wedding over there to be taken place at the Bhubaneswar. So I had a block booking of 110 tickets over there. I am not getting any proper response from the airport people over there. This is the passengers list which I'm getting it over here. It's of 110 packs. So I'm not getting the proper response from that. The airlines people are telling that we are just working on it. In matter of 24 hours it will be cleared. 24 hours they are telling, 48 hours they are telling. So I'm really tense what next has to be done now.
And this isn't a one-day stumble. The airline's punctuality fell off a cliff. A 16% drop in just 1 month. This is the first big warning sign of a system breaking down. Numbers expose a system falling apart. Crew shortages, ATC failures, airspace restrictions. Air India dysfunctional, Indigo imploding. Thousands stuck across terminals.
This all cannot be because of pilot shortage.
Pilot shortage does not mean that 300 flights will be cancelled and so many flights will be delayed. Total mismanagement on the part of planning the pattern of operation of the particular aircraft and crew scheduling.
Indigo falling, Air India falling, and DGCA missing. A duopoly created, now collapsing.
Down, down! Indigo! Down, down! Indigo!
You know, I'll tell you, it's such a terrible situation. This is the worst crisis in the aviation sector, and not one statement from the Minister for Civil Aviation, from the Ministry of Civil Aviation. This proves that the Minister for Civil Aviation, Ministry of Civil Aviation don't care about the people of this country. The government is too busy with its own big matters to care about lakhs of air passengers, but we care. Sam Thomas is president of the Airlines Pilots Association of India. Sam, what's going on here? It's a terrible crisis. It's a bad situation. You've seen the visuals. People are being treated very badly. Sam, what do you think? What's going on? Why is this happening, Sam?
Nothing surprising. On the 22nd of November, we had a meeting with the DGCA, and what surprises me is that people are getting surprised about these deliberate criminal act by the airlines. If there is a shortage of crew, and if the FDTL is causing a problem, you had 2 years to deal with it. You did sweet nothing about it, and you made a deliberate act. Not.
Are you saying the Director General Civil Aviation knew about this mess, that this was going to happen? Are you saying they knew? Jitendra Bhargav, Sam Thomas of the President of the Airlines Pilot Association of India says the government knew and did nothing. Jitendra Bhargav.
The government did not know, but DGCA did introduce new regulations, FDTL regulations, which warranted an increase in the number of pilots required by Indigo. Indigo perhaps expected that they will be able to secure an extension from DGCA.
Why did they think so? Why? Who the hell allowed Indigo to think so? I want Captain Randhawa to come in. Did the Indigo think it's going to manage the government? Captain Randhawa.
Arnab, you were 110% right what you have been saying, and I fully blame Indigo Airlines and the government of India to have accepted, because the implementation of the FDTL CR was based on the inputs taken from all the airlines by the DGCA, and they asked for the timeline.
Everyone on Windows, 6 Windows, visuals.
November. And mind you, that since 1st of July, when major part of the FDTL was implemented, how many cancellations in all the airlines? None. No delays.
The problem in our country is, I want to just speak to the viewers tonight. You take flights, I take flights. Are the airlines treating you badly? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. I think airline staff are being very rude to many people. Ground staff are being very rude. There's a feeling the passenger has no choice. What will the passenger do? Sanat Kaul, chairman of the International Foundation for Aviation, Aerospace and Drones. The airlines think, oh, we got a monopoly, 92%. Where will these poor passengers go? Let them cry. Let them suffer.
No, you're right. The DGCA gave, it's been over 2 months now that they said that we are changing the flight duty timing for the pilots. And they have not reacted to it because they have to recruit more pilots. Now, being a low-cost airline, they think, you know, everything has to be compromised. No, that's not correct. Safety cannot be compromised. And in this way...
Sir, it is the airline's job to prepare. It is if the government says that we have given you certain flight duty time limitations, which I presume that, you know, you can't stretch a pilot. The pilot's a human being. And I'm told nowadays, I'm not mentioning an airline, I'm told certain airlines are telling the co-pilots to start landing planes as some kind of a wicked practice so that more co-pilots become pilots more quickly. Is this true? Captain Minuwadi, I'm hearing this kind of story as well. Is it true? so that you can economize. You can make a co-pilot do a double shift and also be the main pilot. Is this kind of stuff happening? Is this safe? Is this a good thing? Captain Munu Wadia, let the skeletons come out of the cupboards, Captain Wadia. Let them come out of the cupboards.
Why do you want them to come out now? They've been coming out for the last 50 years. We've been trying to improve aviation safety and standards for the last 50 years. Now, today, when you're talking of these problems, it's only a commercial requirement. It's finances, because the airlines will go at a loss. How many people give lip service only to safety? Now, when you're talking of FDTL, first of all, when DGCA says that they've asked for opinions about FDTL,
yes,
they've got no business. They've got no business to ask for opinions. FDTL is not laid by you and me and every Tom, Dick, and Harry. They are by research, by specialist organizations. ICAO, IFA Alpha, and Flight Safety Foundations have done enough research to advise all airlines all over the world what the FDTL should be. Now, suddenly today, overnight, you say, oh, because of FDTL, we have no crew? That is utterly absurd, absolutely absurd. FDTL, everyone gives lip service, even the government lip service. Yes, safety comes first, but is it put to practice? During the crash that took place? Yes.
Can I just ask you one thing, Captain Wadia? I'm very worried, I'm very angry with these airlines. I'm going to open up the calls tonight. I can tell you one thing, I'm not paying less for my flight tickets. I know aren't flight tickets getting more expensive? Dr. Vandana Singh, aren't they getting more expensive by the day?
Absolutely, Arnab. They are going up and crossing 25,000 for small sectors. Today's prices were crossing 19,000 for small sectors. We are now talking domestic, from small point to small point, from Raipur to Delhi. I'm saying, is this a bloody joke now? And what the hell was Indigo doing for last 2 years? They were given enough time. Why are they having this lean, mean, thin approach? Is it applying to their own pilots that they want to really kill the life out of them?
The pilots are angry. Let me tell you, the pilots tell me, the pilots tell me, we're not happy. What do? We have to get a job. We're not happy. We're not happy. Air India pilots, I don't know about Indigo pilots. They're saying we're not happy. We're not treated well. We're not paid well. We're made to work far longer than we should from our safety point of view. But we can't do anything. I mean, they're very, very frustrated. And you take an Indigo plane, would you feel safe with this kind of situation? The pilots are in such a stressful situation. Indigo has this logo which says, don't take your stress beyond this point. You see this always, like a sticker put out outside the cockpit. Are they reducing the stress of their own pilots? Subhash Goyal, what happened to all of you people? You just want to play the corporate role. You don't want to care about people.
No,
you just want to represent the business.
Indigo was given 2 years, and this is a safety situation. And Indigo has not done anything, and now they have asked for extension from DGCA till March. I think they should be.
Sir, but this is sir, 1 minute. Sir, 1 minute. Sir, 1 minute.
Secondly,
sir, 1 minute. No, 1 minute. Just 1 minute, sir. 1 minute. Viewers, do you realize how terrible and frightful the situation is? And yes, I'm going to say this tonight. The situation is frightful. Please call. Please call. I'll take your calls tonight, viewers. Please call. I tell you this. This airline has over 60% market share, which means 6 out of every 10 planes taking off and landing is an Indigo plane. This airline says, I don't have enough pilots. The pilots say we are overworked. The government tells Indigo, please follow the norms. Indigo passes the buck. It's a chalta hai attitude. But Mr. Patapi Ram Komareddy, your party's leader, is the Minister for Civil Aviation. What is he doing? Net practice? Net practice?
Or no?
No, what is, because he's from the TDP, BJP can't ask him questions. So
no,
the people of India should suffer
like
because the BJP is giving a TDP minister a long rope.
No, it is not.
I don't care about your coalition politics, sir. I want justice as a citizen of this country.
A long rope to anyone here. Our Prime Minister is not such an individual.
I am talking about the Civil Aviation Minister.
And our Minister, the Honorable Civil Aviation Minister, Mr. Rammohan Naidu, is also not a person who will take these kind of situations easily. The DGC had already acted. And I have to tell you a few facts which my other friends also have mentioned. Here, the airline has to be blamed. DGCA had given them enough time to prepare for this situation. The FTTL rules have been implemented in 2 phases. Phase 1 is increasing of the...
This is very dangerous, viewers.
36 to 48 hours. And the second phase is reduction of night landings from 6 to 2. So when they have been given enough time to face these scenarios, why have they not prepared? So yes, there will be strong action on the airline Indigo for all this trouble that they have created for thousands and thousands of passengers. Even I myself today, I was supposed to fly on an Indigo flight from Hyderabad to Tirupati. The flight got delayed. And I have to buy a ticket in SpiceJet in the last hour.
No, 1 minute. I'm not bothered about your flight schedule, sir. You're not answering the question. Can I please get Sam Thomas, Captain Randhawa, Minu Wadia? No, I feel this is very bad. I feel somewhere there is a lot of rot between DGCA, Indigo, and Air India. Government monopoly, duopoly. No answerability to the people. The Modi government should realize that the people who fly are also the voters in this country.
Absolutely.
This is bad. This duopoly between the Modi government should tell the people of India what is it doing to end the duopoly in the air sector. Minu Wadia wants to come in. I'm opening up for calls. Can I go to Meenakshi, stuck in Bengaluru airport right now? A lot of people calling this evening. Meenakshi, where are you stuck right now? Meenakshi, are you there?
Bangalore airport. Yes, I'm there.
Are you stuck?
Yes, I am.
Where and for how long?
I am in Bangalore airport. I have been here. My flight was supposed to be at 5:45. I came at 4:30. It's 9:30 now, and we still have no clue when the flight is going to take off. They say they don't have a captain, they don't have a pilot, and they are still looking for something, and the ground staff are saying that...
I'm requesting my news desk to call the Indigo airline official and take them live. Indigo needs to answer the people of the country. Call the minister and take him live. Let me say on the channel that the civil aviation minister is refusing to speak to Republic. I will say that. Call his office, call his residence. He's not too busy not to respond. Sorry about what you're going through. 6 hours. Minu, 6 hours. She's sitting there. There's no reply.
Well, there are 2 aspects of it. First of all, let me tell you, the airlines are claiming and the DGC is claiming that the matter will be sorted out in 24 hours, 48 hours, or even a week. Please tell me how, without compromising safety. If you are good, do you have the pilots suddenly, are they going to come in 48 hours to operate all the flights that are cancelled? Where are you going to operate in the next 24 hours or 48 hours? You are going to compromise on safety. That cannot happen at all. There is no compromise. And this question of flight and duty time limitations, they have to regularly ask DGCA for dispensation. How on earth can DGCA give a dispensation? Are the passengers told that if you go on this flight, that your safety will be compromised by 50%?
Sir, let me tell you, I'm very suspicious of what Indigo wants to do. Indigo has got a monopoly. The government should immediately act to end the monopoly of Indigo, first of all. The Modi government is answerable. The central ministry, there should be a parliament debate on it. The civil aviation minister, the prime minister's office should take immediate steps to end the monopoly. It's not good. It's not good to be dependent so much on one airline and one company. It's not good. Yes, Vandana?
I want to say...
I want to say that the winter schedules kicked in on 26th October. And today we are on 4th December. What was happening since then? They had enough time to...
Can I tell you what was happening? Can I tell you what was happening? Clearly, it appears to me, Vandana, that one private company has the power today, most unfortunately, to put pressure on the elected government of 1.4 billion people.
Or shall we say arm twist?
And one private company called Indigo has the power today through its monopoly position to arm twist the government of India. And together with Air India, they control 92% of Indian aviation. And they are obviously pressurizing, Jitendra, they are pressurizing the government of India to withdraw the rules on safety.
Exactly, and that should...
So that they can make more money.
Arnab,
no, this is not done.
We need to understand as to how has this duopoly situation come. Let's not forget, Kingfisher folded, Jet Airways folded, Go First folded. And it is not that the government had planned that the aviation sector should have only two major airlines.
Really? Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. Let me ask you this. Sir, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Will the government, 1 minute, will the government, our same government, allow any news network to have 90% control over India's news media sector? No, then you'll say it's a threat. But in aviation, no, but it is, no, we don't like monopolies. You say you are for free market economics. What free market economics is going on right now? Is this free market economics, Sam?
If there is a merger...
Why did Indigo not respond to the rules? Why is the minister not answerable? The minister should resign.
No, I agree fully.
The minister should resign if he's not capable of implementing things. An air crash, a mess in the aviation sector?
On the television and explain. But to harp on it that it is a consequence of a duopoly situation...
Of course it is a consequence of a duopoly situation. Otherwise, why would they dare not to follow the rules set by the DGCA?
And now just one line, allow me to speak.
1 minute. I also want to know, I would like a public disclosure. I would like a public disclosure from Air India and Indigo on whether they have been giving gifts to any members of the Civil Aviation Ministry or the DGCA, whether there has been any gifting or whether they have been gifting or favors done to the Ministry of Civil Aviation officials and the DGCA. We must know what Arnab. I'm speaking for the people in this country. I want disclosure. I want the minister to answer the call tonight. Let the minister take my call.
You can't make such wild allegations. You can't make such wild
I want false allegations. You can deny, you can say, okay, we don't. Did I mention any minister's name? I said I want public disclosure from all companies on whether they do any favors, to the regulators, to the DGCA, or to the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Even a toffee exchange will be seen as an inappropriate conduct. Okay, all right, chill. Where is the minister? Where is the minister?
He is on the job.
Why can't he answer the people of the country? What do you mean on the job? Well, people are out there in the airports tonight. People are out there in the airports tonight because of what's going on. You think people are not watching? He's not answering calls. News desk, call him.
He's on the job.
He's on the job. He's on the job tonight. He should be in an airport. I want the Civil Aviation Minister of India in an airport talking to the passengers. Who does he think he is? Donald Trump?
I'm saying he will respond.
Then tell him to come and meet us in the airports.
He's on the debate tonight.
Sam, call him. Call the minister. Call the minister and bring him on the debate tonight. Call the minister and bring him on the debate tonight. Bring him on the debate tonight. Bring him on the debate tonight. I say, Sam, let the minister be answerable to the people of India. Bring him on the debate tonight. We want to hear from the minister. You know, this kind of imperious behavior. Congress party used to behave like this. Congress party used to behave like this. We are not answerable to a channel. What are you? You are only a channel. Why should we answer to you? We are speaking for the people more than you.
Yes, you can. Even we feel responsible.
And first of all, don't give me this politician tone with me. Don't give me that superior politician tone with me. You know how angry people are? This attitude is what is going wrong with you guys.
We are also with the people. The government is working.
Fine. You are with the people. Then ask the minister to answer the people. Sam, you see the arrogance. You see the arrogance, viewers. You are seeing the arrogance, viewers. You're seeing sheer arrogance.
Yes.
You know what? I'll tell you one thing, everyone on. I'll tell you one thing. They are so angry with Republic tonight. Oh, a news network questioning the central government. A news network questioning the Civil Aviation Minister. A news network questioning a duopoly of two airlines that have 92% control. Who the hell is Republic to be questioning us? We are big people. Right? Open the lines, the people are big.
We always respect people.
No, you don't respect. You don't respect. You people have started thinking that you own the country. No. You're not respecting. You should see what's happening at the airports tonight.
To address the situation.
Yeah, if he's working, why is he not? If he's working, why is he not? Why is he not in the airport tonight telling the passengers?
He is in his office addressing the situation.
Addressing the situation what? Addressing the situation, what? Sitting at home watching Netflix?
To bring the situation under control.
He's under control. Tell him to take my call.
He is trying to bring the situation under
Really,
control.
I want a call. I want a statement from him. Bring the situation under control, as if he did not know all this while. These cancellations are unprecedented. Globally, people are asking. If you cannot implement FDTL, then you are an ineffective and incompetent minister. You should quit.
Can you call the CEO of Indigo?
I will call share the number with my team.
Not the minister.
We'll call the minister for, we'll call the CEO of Indigo. We'll call the minister. We want accountability.
Why aren't you able to call the CEO of Indigo? Why are you afraid of calling him?
One minute. Listen, you don't have to speak for the government, by the way. You don't have to speak for the government. I'm questioning Indigo. I'm questioning Air India. You are giving me a lecture. I'm the only person I question the Tatas as well. Did you question the Tatas? Did you question Air India? Did you question them after 171 people died? Did you ask the questions out there? Did you question the ministers, the parliamentary panel? Did you question those who gave Boeing a clean chit? Did you do that? Did you do that, sir? No, you didn't. You represented corporate lobbies. Captain Sudarshan, ex-Indigo captain, is with us on the line. You see, viewers, Captain Sudarshan, today we got whole lobbies angry with Republic, whole lobbies.
No.
Oh, we are lobbies. How is a news network questioning us? Captain Sudarshan, who's responsible?
If they don't...
Captain Sudarshan, former Indigo captain.
Yes, Arnab. I can tell you, the aviation sector is so politically aligned. You know who is the DGCA? He is IAS Babu from Agriculture and Farmer Welfare Department. Damn it! Does he know anything about backseat and aviation? All aviation expertise he has is traveled in a business class or a first class. That's all.
Yeah, and I'll tell you one thing. We called Ram Mohan Naidu. He picked up the phone, he said, hello, 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 and then he switched off his phone. You want to know more? Today, how many thousands of people across the country, lakhs, are stuck in airports? You think people support you just because you are in the ruling government? Mr. Komareddy, your tone has changed since you joined the government.
No, Mr. Arnav.
No. Your tone has changed since you joined the government.
Arnav.
Who the hell are you? Who are you to question us? We are the elected people. We are the big people. Who are you? You are a small network. Open, tell Mr. Reddy, tell him they should know me. People of the country know me.
No arrogance on part of any
don't try your arrogance on me, first of all.
There is absolutely no arrogance on part of any minister in the government.
Well, tell him to answer. Why is he saying hello, hello, hello and putting down the phone?
And you will
Captain Minu Wadia.
The minister is also working to address the situation. There will be action on the airline.
No, your tone only changes for 2-3 days after the crash. And then you're back to... No. Air India is also blaming Indigo. They are fighting with each other. Air India is blaming Indigo. Air India is saying, I don't have parking lots because all have parking lots are taken over by Indigo. There's a mess going on between Air India and Indigo. It seems to me today, Captain Minu Wadia, it seems to me today that India's civil aviation sector is owned by Air India and Indigo. Government has nothing to do. Two people with a monopoly fighting with each other.
Since you mentioned the government and the DGCA, let me tell you from not today, from years and years, whenever anyone has been saying that they are unsafe and FTTL has been flouted, the airlines have been telling them that the DGCA has given dispensation. How on earth is DGCA authorized to give dispensation? And if any pilot or even engineer points out the safety aspects of it, he is sacked from the airline. There are enough cases for me to prove that the airlines have sacked people who have pointed out flaws in aviation safety. And that is unacceptable at all.
You know, this is so sad, viewers. I have Rajesh from Pune, Samir from New Delhi. My phone lines are burning tonight. And I'm being told, who are you to talk? We are the government. What is happening? A news network is questioning the government. We are. Who do we question? Should we ask Rahul Gandhi why there is a problem in the aviation sector? Jitendra ji, what is going on? Why can't you acknowledge? Yes, it's a mess.
No, there is. It's a total mess. Nobody would deny
because of this mess, are people's lives not being compromised?
Arnab, as I said earlier, this is a chaos that has been created. It was a totally avoidable thing.
No.
The least that we can expect Indigo to do is to come forth, put in public domain what's gone wrong and when are they expecting the schedule to be stabilized. But the fact is, there has been no communication from them.
Vandana and Jitendra.
This is why the people are very agitated at the
It's not
airport.
about communication. They are communicating a templated apology. They have a templated apology available.
48 hours.
But now the reasons cited by them for the chaos are not being accepted by the traveling public.
Because those are not the reasons,
This is a
sir.
good window.
Those are not the reasons.
Absolutely, nobody would agree with those excuses.
So that's what I'm saying. So why are they citing those reasons? Why are they citing those reasons? Because they put a hiring freeze.
Okay, let me ask you one thing. Let me ask you one thing. Let me ask you one thing. Does Indigo have one point is no. The thing is, the airlines say we need to make money, which is why we can't implement these FDTL norms, or we need more time. Okay, they are trying to pressurize. They're all trying to pressurize the government. Air India goes to the government and says, you know what? Give us money. We lost 4,000 crores because of Operation Sindoor, and the PMO discusses this matter. Indigo says, it's a mess, we're not going to follow FDTL rules. The government's listening to them. The only people the government's not listening to are the people. I am saying tonight, I'm sticking my neck out, this would never have happened. Sanat Kaulji, this would never have happened if two companies did not have a duopoly. It's because there are two companies, they can do what they want.
Know that.
Sanat ji, Mr. Kaul. Mr. Kaul.
Yes,
Louder,
in 1999, there was a convention called Montreal Convention 99, which gave passengers a much higher level of, in case of an accident, a much higher level of compensation. The two airlines in India at that time, all right, I won't say two airlines, the airlines of India at that time went to DGCA and made sure that India does not accept that resolution. We never ratified it till very long, till we had to argue with them that, listen, you have to ratify it. The entire world is ratifying it. Yes, the insurance premium of airline goes up, but so what? They collect it from passengers. So it has always been like this. It's very unfortunate that the airlines tend to dominate the government machinery. That's it.
And it's for money, isn't it, Mr. Sankal? I got Rajesh from Pune and Samir from New Delhi. What we need to know is, has Indigo gone bankrupt? Is it bankrupt? It has no money to follow the norms that the government has given, or does it have cash in the books? And if it's not gone bankrupt, if it's got cash in the books, why can't it spend some money getting a few more pilots and a few more cabin crew and stop harassing the cabin crew and the pilots and blackmailing the entire system?
Sorry, sir. The new flight duty time limitation do not increase the number of pilots. We are not kids. We know the numbers. This is just a bogey. This is a deliberate act that has been used by not just Indigo, even my erstwhile airline has done it. And this is just to bypass.
No, but Indigo has asked for exemption from FDTL. I am asking, why is this government even listening to them?
Forever they've been asking for exemption.
No, but why is the government listening to them?
Exactly.
They're not listening to them now. As on 22nd, they are not listening to the DGCA at least is not listening.
No, what was happening till 22nd?
Oh, yes. Till 22nd, it was a free-for-all. It was.
No, why was it a free-for-all with the Ministry for Civil Aviation who's not taking the calls of Republic? Why is it a free-for-all?
It was an extension.
When Arnab, this FDTL was implemented, why should you give dispensations? I want to know, because this was done at the behest of the airlines. So why did the dispensation, first of all, given by the DGCA?
No.
And why has the 6% schedules been increased by the DGCA if they do not have the crews? So it's a total bogey. They don't have shortage of crew. Their pilots are flying only 55 hours in smaller bases, and in larger bases about 70 hours. So this is a total bogey, and they are pressurizing the government when it's in.
Why is the government getting pressurized? We thought we have a strong government.
To safeguard and to ensure that they get a waiver on the FDTL, which they don't want to implement, and save money. That is the main crux of this.
Arnab.
No, let all the skeletons come out here. The core question
Arnab,
is...
let's put it this way.
No.
One simple reason why the Indigo has been asked to ask request for relaxation in FDTL is to stabilize the schedule, bring normalcy at the earliest.
No. This is a go-to-hell attitude. This is a go-to-hell attitude that I'm seeing here. These are airlines who are saying, go to hell to the government and to the people, saying we are not going to comply, let there be a mess. Let there be a mess. It's a confrontation between a private airline and a government, a cozy relationship gone suddenly awry. A nice, cozy relationship that has now gone out of control, and the people are angry, and they should be. Rajesh is calling from Pune. Rajesh.
Yeah, good evening, Arnab.
Good evening, Rajesh.
It's a situation wherein bankruptcy is the least of my worry of which airline. It is the bankruptcy of the passengers. A ticket booked from Pune to Delhi and return at 15,000 rupees.
Pune to Delhi at 15,000 rupees?
No, this was to and fro. But then the situation is today the flight is rescheduled and the meeting doesn't happen, and I have to book an Air India flight which is costing from Pune to Delhi one way at 37,000 rupees.
Let's get the politician to answer. What happened, Mr. Pattabhiram Komareddy? People can spend money.
See, whatever loss the passengers are suffering, it is all because of Indigo. And they have to be punished.
Ladies and gentlemen, pressure from Republic is working. 9:39 p.m. 9:39 p.m. 9:39 p.m. The Civil Aviation Minister, K. Ramohan Naidu, instructs Indigo to proactively inform passengers of likely flight cancellations in advance. He's woken up. It's 9:39 p.m. We're calling in from Republic. Indigo not replying. Minister putting a thing. Keep up the pressure. Viewers, keep up the pressure. The government and the airlines will have to answer to you. Keep up the pressure. And why are you looking so worried, Jitendra Bhargav? You don't know me.
And sir, add to it the user development fee that's coming in. What about that?
You're going to look for. But considering the fact that you have so many experts on the panel, we know what the problem is. Let's also look at what can be the possible solution.
Sir, this was not an unforeseen situation, sir. This was, this revised flight duty time limitation norms were announced and phased over the last 1 year with full enforcement from 1st November 2025. 1 year time was given. Am I wrong?
We know about it. But how do you get the normalcy in the next 2-3 days?
This is like behaving like a... Minu Wadia.
I don't agree with you, Mr. Jitendra.
One more message at 9:40. Breaking news tonight. The minister is waking up. Ministry is waking up. Minu Wadia, you're seeing the situation. Now there's going to be crisis next 2-3 days. Normalize operations urgently. Ensure airlines do not spike due to current situation. Civil Aviation Minister Naidu tells Indigo, but he won't speak to Republic. Minu. Minu Wadia.
First of all, as Mr. Bhargava is suggesting, to inform passengers, yes, I can hear you,
yes, sir.
How to resolve the problem in the next few hours. 24 hours, 48 hours, or even 1 week is not going to resolve the situation. First of all, under no circumstances can the FDTL be compromised. And the DGCA has regularly given dispensation to airlines to operate with, and if the Indigo says to ask for dispensation, if they have to totally stop flying for even 1 month or even 1 year, then they should jolly well stop it, but do not compromise safety. The safety of passengers comes first and foremost only. And there's no other consideration. Finance, money, economy is not a consideration. Safety is consideration first and only first.
Now, Indigo recorded a profit of 2,176.3 crores for the first quarter of the financial year 2026. And they won't comply, and they're part of a monopoly.
Because they want to save money and they want to have less staff on their strength. And the pilots are also less, and so is the cabin crew. And that is happening. And if you see the chaos happening in all around the airports, what is the assistance? What is the DGCA policy come out with the passengers' compensation?
I'm concerned about the passengers because there's an expanded winter schedule. And if there is under-resourcing, it will create problems. The fog season will require higher pilot availability and more slack to absorb delays.
Absolutely.
So not having, is it inadequate pilots? Am I right or wrong? Is it inadequate
Absolutely
pilots?
right. Absolutely right.
Viewers, Samir is calling from New Delhi. Thousands of people are calling Republic tonight, and we need to keep up the pressure. Problem happens that news agendas are lost. Putin is in India, so everybody thinks about Putin. Nobody thinks about what's happening to passengers in lakhs of airports across the country. We have Samir from New Delhi. Samir, are you in New Delhi?
Yes, hi Arnav.
What do you think? What's going on, you think?
Arnav, you want to know how crippled the system is? It's not just the aviation, it's in a bad shape, you all know it. Go out to the nearby hotels. The hotels are selling rooms for 1 lakh a night.
What?
In Aero City, it's 90,000 rupees a night, the hotel rooms that would sell for 5,000 a night. Do you think it's only the one system? It's everyone around the system is like vultures feeding on to the people. Someone who's stranded, the flight gets cancelled, he's there for one reason or the other. He says, okay, give my refund, I'll go out and find a hotel, and it's 90,000 rupees a night outside in the hotel. I'm at the Aero City right now looking for a hotel.
Yeah.
Please ask your crew to be there and see, how bad the situation is.
Are you stranded? Are you a stranded passenger?
I am.
Where are you flying in from?
I'm flying for Bangalore.
And you're stuck?
Yes.
And you don't have a room to stay tonight?
I don't have.
What would you say to the civil aviation minister who's not taking my calls this evening?
1,000 rupee room, and Mr. Reddy, who is actually telling us, everyone, that his flight got delayed, he looks like sitting in a comfortable room right now.
I don't know where he is. I said, and he is a representative here. Patamiram Komar Reddy is here, national spokesperson of TDP. And I said, BJP seems to be going soft on the TDP minister because, important ally of the government. We need him. But he should be in the airports tonight. He's not in the airports.
The solution, Arnav, is there should be a capping on hotel rates. There should be
all this is long term, sir. I agree with Samir who is saying everybody is like a vulture on the citizen.
There should be a big fine on Indigo for not having adhered to the, warning which was given 2 years. They were given 2 years' time to increase their crew and increase their pilots and everything.
Yeah.
And
I want this monopoly changed. I think unless we change the monopoly, nothing will happen here. Nothing will happen here unless there's a monopoly. We got one more message coming in tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, if you see the price of hotels in Aero City, viewers, we got one hotel. It's not even a 5-star. It's 1.2 kilometers from the Aero City metro station. It's showing 60,000 rupees a night. What is the government of India doing to stop the fleecing of the people of India by these corporate vultures?
I call this the highway robbery, Arnav.
It's highway robbery and worse. And worse. This is like, so absolutely dirty and unacceptable. And nobody's talking about it. Everybody's talking about Putin.
No, at this point of time, there is also user development fee in question here, which again the passenger has to pay. And
there is a hotel in Mahipalpur, 2.9 kilometers, not even a 3-star hotel. It's showing rooms at 75,000 rupees a night.
It's a motel. It's not a hotel.
A motel in Mahipalpur near the airport is showing 75,000 rupees a night. The minister should be in Aero City tonight. The police should carry out raids on these hotels. The ED and the income tax should be going after these exploiters of the people too. Jitendra Bhargav, today somebody is speaking up. Tomorrow many more people will call. Anuj is calling from Raipur. Anuj.
Yes, sir. Now I am Anuj from the Raipur.
Yes.
Today I started my journey from the Kochi at 3 a.m. morning.
Where? What time?
3 a.m. in the morning.
From where to where?
From Cochin to Raipur.
Cochin to Raipur.
It is scheduled to be reach Raipur at 10 o'clock, but it will reach 10 o'clock in night.
So 3 o'clock in the morning you left. You will reach at 10 o'clock at night.
My God, but what I agree with you regarding the policy per se that the monopoly allowed to the airlines.
Monopolies. It's monopolies.
Everybody is talking about the DGCA, Indigo and all these things. But policy per se, if you are allowing the only 2 companies to operate in the Indian aviation industry.
Yeah, monopolies in any sector are bad, Anuj.
Then there has to be a capping on the fares.
No, there has to be a campaign against monopolies. Starting with monopolies in civil
I agree,
aviation.
But capping on the fares of hotels as well as this airlines.
Sir, hotel, you want to check what's going on?
There has to be a
This is already
capping.
done, but where does it work? When they want to fleece, this just happens. Every time there's a capping, we see.
Next caller.
But then what comes out of it?
Nothing comes out of
Sure,
it, sir.
taxi
Nothing
driver,
comes
if he
out of it.
charges more, but you allow the hoteliers and the airlines to charge whatever they like.
Nothing comes out of it, Vandana, unless all of us come together. The problem is the media in this country has become comatose. They are too scared to ask questions to the TDP also. Mr. Komareddy, where is the minister? Call him. No, you have his mobile number. Tell him Arnab is trying to contact him.
Arnab, we've already seen the minister.
Tell him the people are with Republic.
Arnab,
The public is with Republic.
The minister taking action.
What action?
You yourselves has read out his statements. He's on the job.
How much time will it take for him to call a Republic reporter? Let us go inside his house and speak to him tonight. No, there is nothing is under control.
He will be awake all night. He will be awake all night, to bring the situation under control. Please don't think that the minister is not taking action and he's not addressing this situation.
You can't do this.
He's on the job. We express similar concerns. We are concerned about thousands of passengers that are stranded today. I myself face the situation today.
You are not concerned.
We know the pain of the passengers.
You're not concerned. You don't know the pain. Air India did not know of the pain. Air India did not know about the pain of the passengers, the families of those who were died in the crash. They were busy in a corporate cover-up, and Republic was the only network asking them questions. The others were doing sweet nothing interviews with their CEO. You see, unless the media wakes up, you people will never wake up. I know. Find out how this is any country, Mr. Reddy, any country, this happened, any country, what happened in India happened, it would be the non-stop #1 headline. No. Do you think it's accidental? Let me ask you. Do you think it's accidental that most of the media is quiet on what's happening in our airports?
I'm happy that you have taken up this subject today and you're questioning strongly. I welcome it. That is the reason why people like your channel. And yes, the government.
You people don't like our channel, people like our channel.
And yes, the government.
How come your tone changed, Mr. Komareddy? Sometime back you were finger waving, shouting at me.
No.
You know why? Because we have people with us. Devendra Nath from Bhubaneswar, everyone on. Devendra Nath ji, how are you? You're in Bhubaneswar. What's going on? Mr. Devendra Nath? No, I can't hear. Okay. Now, viewers, Sam, this is a crisis. Indigo is not giving any assurances. They're saying more cancellations continue for 2 to 3 days.
I know him from very long.
Is it possible?
You can't make allegations on
Sir, is it possible? Sir, 1 minute. Mr. Komareddy, 1 minute. Mr. Komareddy, is it possible that Indigo knows exactly, Minu and Sam, that what will happen if this crisis escalates? Then they may be thinking, okay, let it escalate for 3-4 days.
Correct.
The government will climb down and give us an extension.
Yes, that is what has happened historically. And that is why they tried this.
No.
It's gone a little out of their hands, but this has historically happened. And that's exactly what you said is exactly what they are doing. And we need not fines. 1 crore or 2 crores is pocket money for airlines. We need the arrest of accountable managers. Because
Agreed.
When the public or when the pilots do anything that causes a semblance of public inconvenience, you bring in a 1-year car so that they can't leave. And now when the airline themselves have brought this level of inconvenience to the public, we request, or rather we ask for the arrest of the accountable manager. Bring out those management...
Jitendra, strong words. He says arrest the people accountable for this.
Correct.
Aam Aadmi gets arrested for 50 rupees.
Done in corporate world, the reality we need to understand. As I said earlier, 19 years of Indigo operations have been remarkable. They've gone through a problem. They will sort it out, but in the meantime,
it's not about what's happened in the past. It's about tonight.
Sympathize with Indigo for what the passengers are going through. They could have managed it better. They should have managed it better.
they deliberately created the problem.
Don't that you're talking about the duopoly, we must understand the government cannot play a role in it. The duopoly situation.
Of course, the government can play a role in it. Of course, the government can play a role in it. What are you saying? Should the DGCAs wind up and retire then if they can't play it? Minu Wadia, Jitendra Bhargav said government has no role in this.
Yeah, how can government do anything and interfere? They can't create an airline and say, okay, come out with 20%, 25% market share.
Well, then the courts come in. Then I'm not supporter of courts stepping into everything. Let the courts step in. Why should people suffer? Minu.
Yes, I'll refer the question to Mr. Reddy, who's trying to protect the government and DGCA. What will Mr. Reddy say if I tell you that in the past the government has been told and the DGCA has been told, and we have gone out of our way to improve aviation safety and standards, and the DGCA has gone out of its way to prevent safety standards from being increased. To prevent safety standards, DGCA, I am saying this on TV, bring a charge against me, I will have enough evidence to prove what I'm saying.
Then why is the DGCA so strongly implementing the FDTL?
They're not.
If they are so lenient, they'll not implement it so strongly.
They're not implementing.
Now it is the DGCA which is implementing the FDTL, which is trying to improve the safety, protect the passengers, improve the safety standards. That is the reason why we are the DGCA is so strongly implementing the FDTL. So please kindly understand that as far as passenger security and safety is concerned, there will be no compromise.
Viewers, there has already been a big compromise.
That is utter nonsense, absolute nonsense.
There will be no long-term which will be extended to any airline.
Viewers, in India, air passengers are taken for granted. The DGCA is a mess. The Minister for Civil Aviation is not in control quite clearly. And the duopoly between Indigo and Air India is bad for the people of this country. This is my view. Also, please note, viewers, none of the corporate channels, the corporate networks are reporting on a matter that matters to you. That is why, when it matters, remember, it's only Republic. See you tomorrow evening. Good night and goodbye.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ डूबेगा नहीं जलेगा भी नहीं कोई खा नहीं जाएगा धोखा नहीं देगा ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा सेफ रहेगा सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम रहो बेफिक्र
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला स्टर करो पुदीना चटनी तैयार MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला MDH
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ डूबेगा नहीं जलेगा भी नहीं कोई खा नहीं जाएगा धोखा नहीं देगा ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा सेफ रहेगा सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम रहो बेफिक्र
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Our प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years.
Getting in breaking news now as the Prime Minister puts out new pictures of his meeting with the Russian President Vladimir Putin, the meeting that took place at 7 Local Landmark, the residence of the Prime Minister. These are pictures coming in. The Prime Minister putting out a tweet with pictures from 7 LKM. We'll go across to Abhishek Kapoor, my colleague and senior executive editor, joining us on the broadcast. The Prime Minister has put out about 3 pictures, all from his official residence. Moments after Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, met him at his residence. Pictures of the welcome to 7 Local Landmark, and there was also a handout that was given following the meeting, the minister-level meeting between Rajnath Singh and his Russian counterpart. Details coming in of that meeting as well, as Raksha Mantri met his Russian counterpart, and they co-chaired the 22nd India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission on Military and Military Technical Cooperation, the meeting that took place in the national capital. And both sides reiterated in the meeting that took place at the Manekshaw Center that India-Russia ties are based on deep sense of trust, common principles and mutual respect. Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, also stressing on new opportunities to enhance collaboration across different sectors and niche technologies, as the press release reads from the PIB, the government press release, after the key military level meeting. The Russian defense industry ready to support India towards becoming self-reliant in defense production. A messaging from the Defense Minister of Russia, Andrei Belousov, indicating that perhaps Russia is willing to share technology so that defense manufacturing is pushed on Indian soil. Self-reliance in defense production, the key takeaway from that meeting. And Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, Defense Minister of Russia, Andrei Belousov, both co-chairing the 22nd session of India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission and Military Technical Cooperation at the Manekshaw Center in New Delhi. One of the key takeaways, Abhishek is on the phone line. Abhishek, one of the key takeaways of the handout given by both sides, talking about Russian defense industry ready to support India towards becoming self-reliant in the field of defense production, indicating perhaps of what's to come tomorrow. Rakshita's on the phone line. Rakshita. All right. The Russian Defense Minister also emphasizing on deepening relationship between both countries based on mutual trust, highlighting that both countries are united by many years of friendship and strategic cooperation, adding that the Russian defense industry was ready to support India in its mission to become Atmanirbhar, self-reliant in the field of defense production. Russian Minister Belousov also inviting Rajnath Singh to visit Russia to co-chair the 23rd session in 2026. And as we stay with those pictures, let's go across also to Rakshita with what is lined up for tomorrow. Quickly, Rakshita, in about a minute, if you can summarize what's lined up tomorrow, and then we'll go across to the debate. Rakshita, quickly, what's lined up tomorrow?
Well, it's going to be a very, very busy day indeed, as it will come down to business. Of course, this is a private dinner, and yes, we saw that there was bonhomie, and there is, of course, warmth that was displayed at the tarmac right from the moment Vladimir Putin landed at the Palam airport. But from there, as we speak, the dinner is still underway. What we understand, so it's been almost more than 1.5 hours. In fact, it's been more than 2 hours the two leaders have spent together, and we expect that they are going to set the tone for tomorrow. Now, tomorrow, of course, everybody will be having their eyes on the meeting, the business summit, the meeting that is going to take place tomorrow. However, the early morning we'll see that.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Rakshita. Let's go back to the debate. We're getting you the latest pictures from the Prime Minister's residence. Prime Minister tweeting these pictures of him with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. And let's go across now to the debate with Arnab Goswami.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Wow. At 8 p.m. tonight, has Trump's blunder pushed India-China closer? Has Washington completely moved away from as New Delhi completely moved away from the Washington consensus? At 9 p.m. tonight, why Indian airline passengers have been taken completely for granted and why the aviation sector is one of the greatest failures of the central government. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to go full frame to the visuals, please. Thank you. Of Putin landing in New Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister Narendra Modi went to receive him. As he landed in Delhi, he'll be here till tomorrow evening. And as we see these visuals and the bear hug on the tarmac of Delhi airport, a thought today. Trump has met Putin. Prime Minister Modi has met Putin, which means that the whole idea of Russian isolation is over. US and Western sanctions have completely failed. India and Russia, Modi and Putin, are two world leaders who have stood up for national interest. They have said, nation first, and that is why Russian crude is today 35% of India's imports. We are pushing back against American sanctions. And Putin knows it, that Narendra Modi has really stepped forward and refused to give in to pressure from America. America is putting huge sanctions against India, but Narendra Modi and India has made it very clear to America that 70-year partnership with Russia will not be sacrificed for a few months of Trump's pressure. Ladies and gentlemen, the West realizes how important this relationship is. And as we cover every aspect of this visit, as we tell you about all the important developments and agreements, the fact is that India is asserting its strategic autonomy. The Prime Minister is willing to defy American pressure. And India has refused to become a single source client on defense. We have made it very clear We have made it absolutely clear to the Americans that we will do business with any vendor in any country, depending on what our national interest is. But most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, as you watch these visuals, also keep in mind that Russia also needs India. Russia needs a big partner, a solid partner other than China. Russia cannot afford to fall back on China every time. Moscow cannot afford total dependence on Beijing. A stronger India-Russia commercial link is very good from Putin's point of view as well. Therefore, this is a win-win on both sides. And this marks the return of the India-Russia summits. Going forward, India joins the League of Great Nations working together to make sure multipolarity is not a dream, but a reality. Before we move forward, let me run a small news package, if it is ready. Is it ready? On the developments so far.
In a rare gesture of respect and camaraderie, PM Modi personally arrived at the Palam Air Base to welcome Russian President Vladimir Putin on his first state visit to India since the Ukraine war began. This is President Putin's first visit to New Delhi in over 4 years, where he will be received with full state honors tomorrow at the Rashtrapati Bhavan in the morning, with the 23rd India-Russia annual summit meeting to follow in the day and a state banquet in the evening hosted by President Murmu. It was all smiles when President Putin disembarked from the flying Kremlin, with PM Modi welcoming him with the classic Modi hug. Giving Washington flashes from Tianjin, PM Modi and President Putin yet again sat in the same car as they exited the Palam Air Force Base. Modi is hosting President Putin for a private dinner at his residence 7 Lok Kalyan Marg this evening, reciprocating the courtesy he received when he visited Moscow last year at Putin's Novo Ogaryovo residence. Earlier in the day, Russian Defense Minister laid a wreath at the National War Memorial in New Delhi. Along with his counterpart, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, Union Minister JP Nadda also met the Russian ministers ahead of the crucial annual summit tomorrow. Meanwhile, Washington is watching closely. However, Trump is not rocking the boat as he desperately tries to cling on to his peace effort hopes.
I don't know what the Kremlin's doing. I can tell you that they